Here's the thing. When a mom sees her baby on that screen, she chooses life 80% of the time. Your gift of just $28 a month covers the cost of one ultrasound. Or, if you're able, you can purchase an ultrasound machine that will help women choose life for years. Your donation brings hope and truth when mothers feel alone and fear is loud. So I'm asking you to give to Preborn today. Go to preborn.com/Ramsey or call 855-601-2229. That's preborn.com/Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Bill O'Neill.
We do have a crime that we need to protect its integrity.
A search continues for the mother of NBC's Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. Pima County Sheriff's deputies called to the home of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie Saturday night. Yesterday, she was officially reported missing. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says they are treating Nancy Guthrie's home as a crime scene.
We saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime.
Nano says deputies will be using modern technology, including AI and drones, to help in their search for her. Fight between a mother and her adult daughter ending with a mother in an ambulance suffering from a life-threatening stab wound happened late this morning after an argument broke out between the two at an apartment complex in the area of 68th Street and McDowell Road in Scottsdale. The arguments escalated. Both were injured. However, the daughter refused to seek medical attention. Police are investigating what happened there. Phoenix Police leadership recently presenting an update to the City Council on a long list of data and community relations recommendations for the department. PIO Sergeant Rob Shearer tells the Callbox podcast at KTAR.com that the new systems also allow the public to provide feedback through satisfaction surveys.
Our whole goal as being officers is to serve our community as best we can. And if we can get some of that feedback on, hey, how'd the dispatcher do? How'd the officer do? Did you get this? Did you get that? It really helps us.
Sergeant Shearer says Phoenix Police Department is using new data reporting systems to track and report crimes, as well as provide increased transparency in an effort to build community trust. The Justice Department releasing more than 3 million pages of Jeffrey Epstein files late last week. Today, DOJ officials say they likely made some mistakes in revealing the identities of some of the victims. But some victims' lawyers say their lives have already been turned upside down.
This disclosure could set a precedent for future mass disclosures. How Congress, the courts, and the DOJ resolve it may shape how transparency laws are applied in sensitive cases involving exploitation.
That's ABC News legal contributor Royal Oaks there. The wait finally over after an extensive search. The Arizona Cardinals hiring Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their head coach. Dan Bickley, the host of the Bickley and Murata show on Arizona Sports, tells Arizona's Morning News only time will tell if it was the right choice.
They had a couple of choices here. They could go out and hire a retread coach who needed a second or a third shot to get it right, or they could roll the dice and go for an up-and-coming, inexperienced guy and hope you catch lightning in a bottle. They went for the latter, which is what they normally do.
Bickley says LaFleur is also boosted by his last name. His brother Matt is the current head coach of the Green Bay Packers. Following 2 weeks of winter storms, negative temperatures, and snow as far south as Florida, Punxsutawney Phil has seen his shadow, meaning 6 more weeks of winter.
There is a shadow here on my ground. 6 more weeks of winter abound.
That at the annual celebration in Pennsylvania in front of thousands of attendees standing in single-digit temperatures there. However, Punxsutawney's Phil did not come without some pushback. Rival groundhog Woodstock Willie, he has predicted spring will be early this year. On Wall Street at the closing bell today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 1% ahead, 515 points. The NASDAQ up about 0.5% ahead, 230 points. And the S&P 500 up 37 points today. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's get to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center for a look at what's happening with those roads right now. And at this point, really nothing out there to slow you down right now. We do have a vehicle fire at 68th Street and Indian School Road in Scottsdale. Otherwise, things moving about quite nicely. Traffic is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. From anxiety to everyday burnout, compassionate support is ready when you are. Visit revivalpsych.com and book an appointment today. Your forecast will see a mix of sun and clouds this afternoon. 77 is our high today. Clear skies tonight. Will drop back down to 49 degrees by morning. Tomorrow we'll see sunny skies with a high of 80 degrees. Mostly sunny on Wednesday with a high of 81. And Thursday we're looking at partly cloudy skies with a high of 78 degrees. Right now, we do see that mix of sun and clouds, 74 degrees for us in Chandler. Conditions are perfect if you are planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Merrill will be with you in 10 seconds. His contract does not kick in until 2:05 in the afternoon. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel. To my right, my good friend Joe Huizinga. I'm Chris Merrill. Thank you so much for making us part of your afternoon. Niceties out of the way. And the groundhogs disagreed? Is that what Bill was saying?
Yeah, what was it? It was, Bill, what was his name? If I say it, I'm going to get sent to HR.
Punxsutawney Phil.
Punxsutawney Phil.
What was the other one?
Woodstock Willie.
Is that the one in New York?
It's the only Woodstock I know.
Okay, all right.
Woodstock Willie.
But the one in New York has a much better track record, if I recall correctly. Punxsutawney Phil's accuracy rate is below 40%, but I think this other one's something like 85%.
He was listening to a little Crosby, Stills, and Nash before he came out, too.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that. He skipped the Sha-na-na portion of Woodstock, which is good. That's very good, Bill. I love this.
I did find what Arizona had.
Arizona had their own, not groundhog, but what was it?
Agua Fria Freddy.
Which was a
rattlesnake.
And did the rattlesnake see its shadow?
I don't know what Freddy did today, but Agua Fria Freddy has been predicting the weather since 1800.
I feel like he should be dead by now.
Unlike Phil, Freddy's predictions aren't based on seeing his shadow. Agua Fria Freddy sees his shadow. It's interpreted as a sign of an early spring in air. What? Hold on.
He's on the ground.
This is why AI is the worst.
I was going to say, are you?
Here's what it says, Chris.
He's on the ground.
There's
no shadow. He's on the ground.
Unlike Punxsutawney Phil, Agua Fria Freddy's predictions are not based on seeing his shadow. Instead, if Agua Fria Freddy sees his shadow...
Oh, yeah, that's AI right there.
It is interpreted as a sign of an early spring in Arizona. This unique tradition has been celebrated in Arizona for over 2 centuries, offering a different perspective on weather forecasting compared to the traditional Groundhog Day celebration. Bill, we're going to need you to find out what Freddy had to say today.
We'll ask Freddy.
Is it on the second, though?
I don't know.
Okay.
You got anything on
that? Always after? Well, I looked it up here. Oh, no, it is. It's today. Yeah, it's it's supposed to be today.
As you would always say to me, going doesn't really give the viewer and the listener a whole lot of thoughts.
Not a whole lot there. Not a whole lot.
No.
There.
What if you and I just did a whole show where I gave the
yeah,
and you did your
oh yeah, engaging.
How long do you think before the boss?
I think we should have a new tradition.
Okay, like
if ICE comes out and sees their shadow, it's 6 more weeks of immigration surges.
Oh, Chris.
What do you think?
Oh,
am I onto something?
Pablo loves it.
I mean, there's some marketing in there, is there not?
Oh boy,
right? Yeah.
No comment.
That's what I'm doing. I think this is a good idea. Oh yeah. Talked to a friend of mine. Have you ever met somebody that is ethnically ambiguous?
Say more.
Like, for instance, you'll have some celebrities who will play different parts. Like The Rock could be black or Polynesian, or he could play. You know what I mean? You could like they just have sort of a universal look.
Yeah,
I got you. I was talking to a friend yesterday, and her father is Chinese Portuguese, which I thought was really interesting. I thought that seems like a bizarre combination. She said, not really, because the Portuguese were sort of colonizers of certain areas in China, and I didn't know that. So my mind was opened up to a little bit of world history because of this conversation with someone who had some diversity in her background, which we seem to be ignoring the fact that people bring different facts from their own cultures to the table.
No, we got enough of that here.
But anyway, somebody on the chat says that Woodstock Willie is in Woodstock, Illinois.
Oh.
Either that or they're being sarcastic. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. But anyway, let me finish my story before you bang and ignore me.
I'm listening to you right now.
So anyway, so her father is Chinese Portuguese.
Yeah.
Her mother is white. And I said, you have that look, though. You could pass it. She says, a lot of people think I'm Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, but you could pass as anything. You could pass as indigenous. You could pass as Hispanic. You could pass as Pacific Islander. I mean, she's just got this sort of universal look to her, right?
Can she pass as Chinese because she...
No, not...
which is funny because she is.
Right. I would say that she could pass as someone with Asian heritage, but no one would look at her and be like, oh, she's definitely from mainland China. That would never happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what'd you find out? I saw you binging. What did you find out?
You wanted to keep telling the
Is
story.
Woodstock Willie from Woodstock, Illinois?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you to Jingles69 on the chat. Appreciate that. That's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the fact check.
Yes.
Now we know. But anyway, so I'm talking to my friend. Ethnically ambiguous.
Chinese Portuguese.
Chinese Portuguese white.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked her, I said, your father is half Chinese, half Portuguese. Your mother is white. Do you consider yourself a quarter and a half, or do you just split it into thirds, or how do you fill out a job application? That kind of thing. And she says she leans into whatever is going to get her the advantage. And I thought that's a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
It's like Pablo. Pablo, if he's applying to a job blindly, he uses the name Paul Rivers instead of Pablo Rios, right? Because he thinks this is going to give me the leg up.
Going to go with my anglicized
But
name.
if he were to apply, let's say he wanted to work at one
Carniceria,
then he would say, I'm Pablo Rios.
Mm.
And they'd say, oh, what's your heritage? He'd be like, Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wanted to get a job with Casino Arizona, he'd go, oh, I'm indigenous.
Mm.
Right? Your father had a card, didn't he? Pablo was just somebody today. His dad had a tribal card. You got a tribal card? You don't have one yet, do you?
No,
I've
got to
get one.
Tried. I don't even know if I qualify. I don't know.
You got to get one.
But I don't. I do not.
You got to get one.
My father had Pascual Yaqui, which a lot of people in southern Arizona have.
Okay. All right. So I was reading the story from the AP. Fearing ICE, Native Americans rushed to prove their right to belong in the United States. And even in the story, they sort of pointed out the irony of it all. It is a bit strange that you are Native American. In other words, First Peoples on this land.
Never left, have been here your entire existence.
First people to touch the rock, ollie ollie oxen free, and yet you have to prove that you belong here, which is bizarre. But we're terrible at dissecting people's or identifying people's ethnicity from a distance.
No,
like I said, this person who is Chinese, Portuguese, white, she could pass for anything.
Not just are we terrible at it, we've allowed ourselves to become terribler at it.
How so?
So under the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, DHS law uses reasonable suspicion to make arrests. Okay, hunky-dory there. Now, September of last year, SCOTUS allowed ICE agents to use a person's apparent race and ethnicity as a factor in deciding whether to detain them. So
how I think you look.
How I think you look decides if I can detain you or not. So you may be Choctaw, Iroquois, Tohono O'odham,
right,
whatever
anything.
the case may be, Native American. But if ICE says, you know what, I think you look Portuguese, or I think you look Colombian or Venezuelan, you look like you are not from here, they can haul you off, and then it's on you to prove otherwise.
So who's safe?
You and me. I mean, you'd
Whites
have to be
accent?
trying really hard to say you or I look, non-white.
I know, but you have whites in this country that could be here after an extended visa. For Pete's sake, my heritage is Canadian, and I grew up in northern Michigan. So, I mean, it would be easy to say, well, this guy might be Canadian. Maybe we should deport him.
Well, and to that point, I think you could argue nobody's safe, because this feels like the same kind of protections that officers get at times if they shoot someone. Like, if they feel in danger, they can shoot. In this case, if the HSI investigator or if the ICE personnel says, well, didn't think they were from here, what's to stop them?
I don't think there is anything to stop them.
They can haul anyone away. I think reasonably you and I you'd have a tougher burden saying, yeah, I thought that guy was.
Doesn't it? It comes down to the way you look and then when they question you if you have an accent, doesn't it? That's really what it comes down to. Because if you're black, they could say, oh, they might be Haitian.
Sure.
Right? But if you're black and you have a very, American English accent of some sort, whether it's urban or anglicized, it's very.
They could argue you're Nigerian or any number of things.
Okay. So really it comes down to how you look and then how you respond to those questions. Do you have an accent?
Yeah. And the thing that trips me out, too, is even if you have your papers with you, I mean, who's to say an ICE agent doesn't say, no, I think these are forged, or this doesn't ring true to me.
So guilty until proven innocent is the concern.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, talking about papers, did you see that we got the word on how the people at Zips, remember they did a raid on Zips last week where ICE came in and they arrested 34 people, I think 14 different Zips locations, the sports grill. And so they started pulling people out of there. And they said, well, this has been this ongoing investigation lasted nearly a year since a whistleblower tip, this sort of thing. So some rat.
A little different than what you see in Minnesota and
totally
some of the other places.
This is not a door knock situation.
No.
They actually did their investigation first. But then we're starting to understand how they ended up working for Zips. Like, how did they get through the I-9 process or the E-Verify process or whatever else it is? And it turns out it is remarkably easy. I had no idea how simple this was.
How simple is it?
Well, you're going to find out. It's our why. Why is it so easy for people to get through the U.S. immigration check system to get a job? It is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is launching a fraud complaint form for Arizonans that have been subject to an increasing number of cryptocurrency ATM scams. As digital currency grows in popularity, Mays says more scammers are using the nearly 600 cryptocurrency ATMs across the state to scam a majority of the elderly population. In 2024 alone, scammers stole more than $177 million. And in other news this afternoon, President Trump says he plans to lower tariffs on goods from India to 18% from 25% after India's prime minister agreed to stop buying Russian oil. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're expecting our high today to be right at 80. Overnight, 49, 80 again tomorrow, and then maybe 81 by Wednesday. Right now, we are at 80 degrees in Peoria. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
And our why today, why is it so easy for people to get through the U.S. immigration checks system? As we found out, Zips had the big, what do you want to call a raid? Where they got through a bunch of different Zips sports grills.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And they said, here's what ended up happening is they were getting fake documents. By the way, shout out to our friends in Wickenburg. Appreciate you listening to the Chris and Joe Show in Wickenburg.
You did a really nice job today. You jotted down some bullet points, and you dug into the E-Verify system a little bit.
Yeah.
And tell me what you learned when you looked at this, because you and I both felt like, hey,
this is Joe's code for he didn't read the prep.
Whoa. Hold on.
Tell us what you learned.
No, hey, hold on. Pablo, I come in and I give this guy praise, and he comes back with essentially the middle digit right to me. I set him up to heap praise upon him, and he just, just
pulling the curtain back,
turns it right back and goes,
pulling that curtain back.
I just saw Chris digging right into it, and I know he was learning a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So what did you learn?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Pablo. I'm glad you asked me that.
Pablo didn't read the prep this morning either. Hey, boys and girls. Bullwinkle here.
He just put on his white
You
guy
were much
voice.
nicer to him.
Tell us what you learned, good sir. That's great. Good job.
How come you're so much nicer to him than me?
Because he's in on the joke. So we've got the I-9 forms, right?
Yeah.
Those have been around for like 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, this is the 40-year anniversary of the I-9. because we've been arguing about immigration much longer than that. In fact, I would even argue we've been arguing about immigration since we had Ellis Island, and we were like, just come on in. Everybody in here, all you got to do is go through that line, sign the paper, you're here. We were still arguing over immigration. I mean, in fact, we had people at the time, but we weren't arguing over illegal immigration. We were arguing over legal immigration and how do we make it illegal.
But isn't the point of all this to make sure that you are here legally?
Yes.
Okay, so why doesn't it do that?
Because you can fill out the form.
Okay.
All right? So I'm just imagining, here's Joe's. Do you remember the I-9 forms? They're pretty simple.
No.
Okay, so the I-9 forms are, it's like name, address.
Okay.
I don't even think the address is on there. Name, social security number.
Okay.
That's about it, right?
All right.
And then it's like provide one document from column A or two documents from column B.
Yeah, I got that wrong last week. HR yelled at me. There's nothing about water bills or anything like that.
I didn't think so either.
That's for
but
voting.
I was just going to move on it.
No, she shamed me after the show. She's
Yeah.
like, your employment is now in jeopardy because
That's fair.
You totally botched this.
Yeah, basically that's good for like, getting your cable changed.
No, I think
like,
it's
do you really live here? Oh, show us your APS bill.
I think it's voting. I think there's something tied with that.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
You're nuts. So anyway.
Yes, I am.
Column 1, usually people use a passport. That's good enough. That covers it. Column 2 is usually driver's license and birth certificate, right? Those are the simple ones.
Is 3 social security card?
I don't know if that's in there or not. But anyway, you have to have your social security number provided anyway. Okay.
Yep.
And then at the bottom, I attest that the information is true under penalty of law. Sign it.
Okay.
Done.
Got it.
Boom. So what do you really have to come up with? You got to come up with a social number that is going to come back when they type it in and double check it.
Okay.
You have to come up with a driver's license.
Okay.
And a birth certificate.
Okay.
The birth certificate doesn't get double checked. It just has to look legit.
Okay.
Okay. In many cases, you might have an employer that will say, I want to see the original so that they can feel the watermark on it, or the stamp, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some of them don't even care about that, especially if you've got high turnover, like in a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
So what does somebody need to do? They need to have a social number that's going to come back without flags, and they have to have a driver's license. So here's where I didn't know how easy it was. Now, the paperwork itself is pretty easy. So what you have to do is you have to come up with a fake ID. Or you got to borrow somebody's ID. It doesn't have to be you. I mean, it does, but I'm talking about how you think like a criminal. How do you get through the system?
Mm-hmm.
So let's suppose that, Pablo, I'm going to use you because I'm going to be racist. So let's suppose that Pablo's looking for a job.
Okay.
Excuse me. Let's suppose we've got a Mexican dude looking for a job. And he says to Pablo, can I use your ID? Pablo's like, no. And he says, I'll give you $500.
Pablo sure.
Goes, okay, here you go. $500. Just made 500 quick ones, which
Okay.
Pablo would then turn around on scratcher tickets and blow it all in an afternoon anyway.
But let's say this guy's name is Diego Lopez, not Pablo Rios.
That was racist. How dare you?
Well, you said he's
Mexican. Okay, so Diego Lopez
has Pablo Rios' ID now.
So all he does is just fill it out and pretend, and everybody calls him Pablo from now on. There's nothing that says that the driver's license is actually me, other than somebody looking at the picture and going, that's you. But how many people look at the picture, they just go, I just need a copy of your driver's license.
So Diego can show up with all of Pablo's stuff.
Yep.
And as long as that stuff looks legit,
yep.
Even if the employer goes, we're not sure that this Diego guy is what's going on here.
I shaved.
But the documents seem legit. So we're going
Documents
with
don't come back with any red flags, so we're good. Yeah. The other thing that you can do, and I didn't know this, is I guess fake IDs are still a thing. I mean, I thought that was just to try to get into a bar when you're in college, right? But I guess fake IDs are still a thing. And so according to this employee at Zips, who was talking like, hey, how'd you do it? He said, I met a guy named Manny. Manny hooked me up with Jose.
This feels racist too.
I know it does. Jose made him a fake ID for $500.
Oh.
And then Manny helped him fill out the I-9 because the employee himself didn't really understand what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
So the employee is just going, how do I get a job? And these guys are like, don't worry, we got you covered. Give us $500. We take care of it all. And that's basically what they did. So this guy gets picked up, and then he gets charged with fraudulently, attaining a job, this kind of thing. And that's how he's stuck now. And then they're looking for this Manny or this Jose guy, right, to figure out who's creating this funnel. Now, the problem with the first scenario is, or in any scenario, because I'm guessing that Manny and Jose both they were reusing Social Security numbers, which is what we kind of found out through some of the press releases from the investigation last week, is that if Pablo loans his stuff out to one dude, would you call it Diego Lopez? Mm-hmm. So if he loans it out to Diego, and Diego is going by Pablo now, and then all of a sudden Diego's got a friend who comes in whose name is...
Pablo Rios?
No. I just need another name, Joe.
Oh, how about Ricardo Sanchez?
Okay. I like making him sound like the racist one.
No problem.
So now all of a sudden Ricardo's coming in, he's got the same Social Security number. Now the company might not be double checking that. And it's not going to throw up any red flags when they do type it in.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is the E-Verify system was supposed to fix all of this. The E-Verify system was a way for them to run things automatically through the governmental system to get a quick return on it, so that immediately it would double check how many times have you hired these people with the same Social Security numbers. And what ends up happening is you don't have to use E-Verify. In the same way that you can't mandate somebody have an internet connection. Well, we can't force you to have the internet. We can't force you to pay your taxes through e-file. You can still do it the old-fashioned way. Same thing. You can still do things with the I-9 form, or you can use the E-Verify. And so if you're using E-Verify, these things don't really slip through. But if you're not, they can slip through. Now, why wouldn't you use E-Verify?
Oh, because maybe you don't want to do things on the up and up.
And you want what they call plausible deniability.
Yeah.
What if I just keep using the I-9 form, and then And then if I get caught, all I have to do is say, well, how was I supposed to know?
Right.
So,
and I have a real problem with that, too. That, let's say you're the ownership at Zips here.
Yeah.
And like you just said, they have some plausible deniability. Mm-hmm. They can just say, how were we supposed to know that Manny and
Jose,
the people in on this were in on this? And I would say
how do you not know?
Right. If you're an owner and you walk through your restaurant, you observe, like, well, they're not speaking any English. They never speak any English. Well, that person's using, this name. Now they use that name. Like, why wouldn't you want to do things the best way?
Plausible deniability.
No.
And you can get cheap labor. Yeah. And if you're
and nothing happens to them.
No, because if you're the DOJ, do you want to spend your time fighting against a company that's got a number of locations in the valley and can hire lawyers? Or do you want to spend your time against Eduardo Flores, who is just going to go, I just called Manny. And they're like, okay, we'll just get on the bus. You're going back to Mexico. Which is easier?
The latter way that you brought up.
No,
which way actually could fix this and make it better?
Well, I think we're getting to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can either just chase around a bunch of mice all day.
Yep.
Or you can actually, give me another analogy here.
Take action and.
Oh, yeah, you can put down some cheese and actually catch more than the mice, and you can catch some others too.
That's right. You could chop some wood, start a fire.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't have any idea.
2 birds, 1 stone.
ICE just bought a warehouse in Surprise, and I wonder what they're going to do with that. Your neighbors are reacting to the idea of a new detention center going into their backyards, and as you can imagine, the feelings are mixed based on political affiliation. But what's wild is what the new business is going to do for the broader community. The ICE effect is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos, and I am loving my new windows from Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. I hired them in and out in a couple of days. I can see through my windows now. Now is the best time to replace your windows. You get them installed before the heat picks up. I'm sending you to a local company, a company that's been in business for over 40 years. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, mine were super discolored, not anymore, warping, I had some warped ones too, or condensation between the panes, it is time to get those windows replaced. Here's the great deal if you mention Gatos. February window special, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. And they can prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com or call 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A bombshell report from the Wall Street Journal over the weekend reveals a $500 million deal of a crypto company tied to the Trump family with a top foreign official, an unprecedented move that has some flagging serious national security concerns. ABC's Jay O'Brien has the details.
The Journal reporting the Trump family earned an upfront payment of an estimated $187 million in the deal, with another $31 million reportedly going to the family of Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, also involved in the crypto company. Months later, the Trump administration approved something the Sheikh and others in the UAE long coveted: the sale of hundreds of thousands of cutting-edge American artificial intelligence chips to that country. A move the previous administration blocked, where the state-of-the-art technology could be sold or smuggled to China.
A spokesman for the company, World Liberty Financial, released a statement telling ABC News, in part, any claim the deal had anything to do with the administration's actions on chips is 100% false. KTAR, Eyes on the Economy. President Trump last week announced that Kevin Warsh is the next Fed chair. Will the new head of the Fed help your wallet? U of A Associate Econ Professor Evan Taylor tells Arizona's Morning News he expects the Fed's plan to stay the same.
I would not expect the Fed's plan over the next year to sort of change from what we thought it was going to be, which was cut rates maybe a couple more times this year. Probably the next meeting they won't cut rates, but we'll see.
He says the Fed's blunt tools of buying bonds and adjusting the short-term interest rate can only do so much to help the economy. What are the next steps for the Cardinals in the offseason? With the recent hire of head coach Mike LaFleur, Cardinals reporter Tyler Drake joined the Mike Broomhead Show to discuss what the team's offseason moves should be.
I would say go offense. That we saw basically fully defensive side last draft. Only one offensive player came off the board. It was an offensive lineman who really didn't play that much due to injury. But yeah, I'm going offensive line. You need to really set up the trenches for whoever you're going to drop in there as the next young quarterback.
The first round of the 2026 NFL Draft is on April 23rd, where the Cardinals are currently positioned to pick 3rd overall. Well, you've got another flight option to Vancouver now. Porter Airlines is now offering nonstop service from Phoenix to the Western Canada City. The seasonal flights will operate daily through April 19th this year. The airline also offers year-round service from Phoenix to Toronto Pearson and seasonal Ottawa flights. Let's check on the traffic now. Enrique Garcia joins us live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with debris on the left-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near Peoria Drive. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at 19th Avenue. Chandler with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Werner Road. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 32nd Street and Broadway Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're expecting our high temp today to hit 79 degrees, 49 overnight tomorrow, and Wednesday we could be in the 80s, 84 possibly Wednesday. But right now in Gilbert, it's 73. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Monday, and new mom and political insider Meghan McCain joins us as the fight over ICE funding and restrictions wages on in Congress. Winners? Losers? Mondays with Meghan hits at 5, exclusively on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Thanks to people popping in, saying hi in there, and then also correcting us when we get things wrong.
That's a lot.
We didn't realize that Woodstock Willie, which is the Midwest equivalent of
I knew.
Punxsutawney
Illinois,
Phil
obviously.
Yeah.
You didn't. You were
I
like,
did not.
It's New York. Everybody knows that,
said,
Joe.
is he from New York? And then it was our news director who gave us errant information.
Wow.
He's the worst.
You're just throwing everybody under the bus. Throwing me under the bus, throwing poor Bill O'Neill under the bus.
You'd think that guy would have his head out of his keister, but no.
No accountability for Chris Merrill over here. It's always someone else's fault.
You know what I love the most about our show? Is trash-talking people who can literally hear us and then watching their reactions while we're doing it.
Poor guy.
Yeah, he's trying to keep his head down and ignore us, but I kind of love that. Did you see the big sale that happened in Surprise? $70 million for a warehouse. Yeah.
What, who owns it?
ICE. I don't think it's for bags of ice either. I think this is for immigration detention. So that's the assumption.
I saw 7 football fields in size. That is big.
That is...
Not B-I-G.
That is huge.
That's B-I-I-E-G. Big.
It's a 418,000 square foot warehouse. So this is one of those that you see. There are a lot of these in the West Valley, and I would say there's a lot going into in the East Valley that I see popping up all over the place. And these are those massive buildings where, like a distribution center kind of building, right? So they did that, and the agency, I guess, is looking for a space to hold immigrants in detention. So are they going to do this? You know, you've heard the phrase before, kids in cages, and that's because they were basically taking warehouses in Texas and they were putting up not chicken wire, but you know the what do you call that, Pablo? You know, just the fencing. You know what I'm talking about? That we had in the elementary schools.
Mesh fencing?
No. Whatever it is. The name is eluding me as we speak.
Chain link?
Chain link, thank you.
You're welcome.
God, I love her.
She's a Hall of Famer.
I know.
I had my mic off. There was no camera on it. There was no pressure for me to come up with.
That's true.
Chain link.
She's the one person on this show who has value.
And she knows where Woodstock Willie is from, too.
Yeah.
That's right. Illinois.
That's right.
I'm helping you in case the boys quiz you later, Becky Lynn.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
So they put this big facility in here. They bought this giant building. The assumption is that they're going to build a detention center there. I know there's some neighbors freaking out about this too.
1,500 beds I saw. So I think it's more than just an assumption. I think that seems to be part of the plan. Yeah.
Unless they're just buying a warehouse to store beds, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So
no.
ICE detention center in Surprise. And I know there's some neighbors that are freaking out about this right now. They're like, oh, is this, are we going to have, is there going to be crime in the area? Uh-oh. And then you've got people who are minority status that are thinking, oh, are we going to have amped up ICE presence in our neighborhood? Now, like, it's just symbolic.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I can see how that would strike fear in the hearts of people who are living in that area. Right? I mean, imagine that you're
and
in the U.S.
not just people who aren't here legally.
No, people who are here legally.
Yeah.
Right. Or people who are born here but are of Hispanic descent. And they're like, what is this going to mean to my neighborhood? And I think that's a completely legitimate fear.
Yeah.
Based on what we've seen go on in Minneapolis. Door to door knocking, checking on immigration
It's a
status.
big reminder right in your backyard. I got to sneeze.
I was thinking about what this does, though, for the economy in the Valley, because we talk about expansion. We talk about data centers. What do they do for the economy? We talk about TSMC. What does that do for the economy?
Mm-hmm.
And you got to admit, if somebody's buying a 418,000 square foot building, that's going to generate some tax revenue, right?
I would presume.
That's commercial property. That's got to generate some. I mean, somebody's paying a tax bill to the city of Surprise.
Well, when the funding for the department went from what was it, $10 billion to $40 billion?
Yeah, massive.
They got money that they got to be bringing in more ICE agents. They got to be adding some infrastructure, which involves more buildings, more supplies, more people.
And if you've got more ICE agents and you have people working this, that means that those people are living in the community. They're paying taxes. They're buying stuff. So you would think that this would be an influx of cash into the community. Maybe not a massive influx, but a little bit more.
More jobs,
but actually it's not that much.
Why is that?
I was doing a little bit of a breakdown on this, and you do have the people that are buying, food and gas and coffee and everything else that you buy, but it's not like you're putting something in that is generating additional commercial use. It's not like Amazon is in there and all of a sudden Amazon is expanding and Amazon is bringing in more workers. It's sort of like a data center. Not very many people working in the detention center, so it's not like you're bringing in 400 employees. You might be bringing in 50.
And it's not like a restaurant either that the community can come in and pay money and put to use.
Yeah, it's not retail. It's not service. No, it's nothing like that.
So in a lot of ways, it's kind of like a prison. Like it
is a prison,
but it's a detention center.
No, it's a holding facility, just like a prison is a holding facility. Yeah.
Which again, to your point, not a lot of benefit to the community. Some people may work there, but it doesn't generate revenue.
Yeah, but I would even argue that, like, for instance, Florence, right?
Okay.
You've got, or Lewis, or whatever, right? You've got these prisons, and they go, okay, well, we have to feed the prisoners, all right? So the state has a contract with local vendors. The feds don't have contracts with local vendors. So the feds they're not buying security systems from Arizona companies. They're buying it from whomever Washington decided was going to be the best deal for them for a or whoever scratched somebody else's back, hard enough. So if they're putting in a security system, that might be coming out of Montana. It's not like they're going to a local security company and saying, hey, we need you to wire this and we need to give you the job.
So it's even less of an economic boon for the Valley.
Exactly. But it's also not taking any money away from Surprise. It's not like you have an empty building sitting there that's not collecting taxes. It's not like people are leaving. There's going to be a few new jobs that are started. You will have somebody paying taxes, but it's not going to be a whole massive influx of cash like if you had a big company starting up in the area.
Well, you got to put it somewhere. So
yeah, you got to put it somewhere.
I guess in this case, Surprise.
You say the quiet part out loud, and the internet loses their collective minds. Now what do? You double down, or do you pretend you never said what you quite obviously said? What your local leaders are doing to push your buttons and raise their own profiles is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
So we partnered with your Valley Toyota dealers. We wanted to come into your classroom, just take a couple of quick minutes, and give your teachers some money.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do?
You test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
February is Heart Health Month. Heart disease is the #1 killer in America, and studies show drinking more water is good for your heart. That's easy to do when it's great tasting Connecticut water right from your tap. Connecticut's K5 drinking water station is currently 20% off if you mention Gatos. Homeowners get 2 Renaissance Festival tickets with a free in-home water analysis and consultation. If married, spouse must participate. While supplies last, visit Aquazona.com. Aquazona is the exclusive independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, in an interview with CNN News, emphasized the importance of limiting interference with elections and preparing for potential problems.
This is the one thing that makes America really unique, and that is that we never cancel an election. We don't do snap elections. We don't jimmy around with dates. Yeah, we do them. We're dependable at that.
This comes after the recent FBI seizure of 2020 ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, which Fontes tells KTAR News is a weaponization of law enforcement by the Trump administration. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. We're expecting the high to hit 80 degrees today, maybe 81 tomorrow, and 84 by Wednesday. We're already at 81 in Laveen. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active.
People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics,
since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training,
it's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
It's Gatos. Has ICE been neutered? And why is Trump going after a hack journalist? We're going to talk to Meghan McCain, 5 o'clock. Mondays with Meghan. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, 4.2-mile run walk honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up at patsrun.org. This is WM Phoenix Open Week, isn't it? You with me?
Yes, it is.
Okay, very good.
Yes, it is. I believe the Pro-Am is tomorrow.
Okay.
Pro-Am tomorrow. Tournament itself kicks off Thursday, runs through Sunday. Yep.
I'm going to take a look here. We don't have any rain in the forecast, do we?
I woke up today and it looked pretty cloudy, but I have not seen any showers on the horizon.
Thursday, Friday, mostly sunny. Mm-hmm. Saturday, sunny. Sunday, sunny. All right, going to be a good year for
me. You'll remember a couple of years ago out here,
right?
the Open was, people were slipping and sliding all over out there. It really wasn't, the safest. But that's like the one year that this is traditionally our rainy season, but we typically don't have a wet WM Phoenix Open.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be great. We'll be talking about that as the week goes on, no doubt. Also, we are 25 minutes away from having the Arizona Independent Party gubernatorial candidate, the first one to announce his candidacy. Hugh Lytle set to join us at 3:15 today. So you'll hear, what he thinks his odds are. Joe, you're an odds maker. What are his odds?
Zip.
Wow. I'd give him long shots. You're going to give him 0?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Hope I'm wrong. I'm an independent-minded individual.
Yeah.
But I'm anxious to ask him, hey, tell me
what
why.
Does this look like?
Tell me why you're running. Why do you think you have a shot to win?
What if, hypothetically, I'm not even going to say names. I'm just going to say, because we've identified that there are really 3 candidates who are front runners on the Republican side, right? Andy Biggs, Karen Taylor Robson, and David Schweikert.
And there's our current governor on the Democratic side.
Right. Okay. So let's just shuffle all those up, and let's just say candidates A, B, and C on the Republican side. That way, I'm not going to use it. But let's say that somebody gets through the primary and then has a terrible accident.
Yep.
Just before the mail-in ballots.
GOP side?
On the GOP side. So then it's Hobbs versus basically nobody and the independent candidate.
Yep.
Does that give them a chance to win?
No.
Oh, even then, you don't think so, huh?
Nope.
Okay. Nope. All right. Very good. I see Andy Biggs, speaking of him, you see he's back in Stephen Miller. So Stephen Miller, remember, after Alex Preddy was shot in Minneapolis, Stephen Miller, who's the advisor to President Trump, came out and said that he was set to massacre ICE agents and he went there to assassinate them. Which, of course, there's no evidence of that in the video, nothing even remotely close. He had been at protests before. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, he was getting out of line. He kicked out a taillight on a ICE vehicle. And then, obviously, it was just over a week ago that he was shot by Border Patrol agents there in Minneapolis. There's no evidence that the guy wanted to ever draw his firearm, right? Okay, so Stephen Miller then kind of had to walk things back. But Andy Biggs basically stepped up to say, anything Stephen Miller says is right. Wait. So when he says that he was going to massacre officers and that he was an assassin who tried to murder federal agents, Stephen Miller's right. But then when he walks those back, Stephen Miller is right.
Mm-hmm. You know, I wish you took more of the tone like what Andy Biggs has taken and applied it to me. But you always just make me look like the worst. Even when I have the best of intentions, you find a bus and you throw me right in front of it like a crash test dummy.
What have we said before? Credibility is our currency. So I'm just trying to keep it real all the time. Because what people need to know is that when they hear us talking, they're getting the truth.
What?
And that we spare no one.
You just don't spare me.
Andy Biggs said, few on President Trump's team have been more dedicated to securing our borders and deporting illegal aliens than America First patriot Stephen M. That's Stephen Miller.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm honored to fight alongside him in this important mission.
So
when the swamp attacks you, you know you're doing something right.
My question to you is, does Biggs really believe that, or is that just his smooch to the administration to say, hey, I'm running for governor out here. Wouldn't mind if you...
A little more love.
Maybe, the president, showed up out here at one of my events, or, some others from the administration came on through.
I think he's doing something really interesting. He's basically, I think this is very calculated. Andy Biggs is not a fool.
No.
I think this is a very calculated move, and I think you're going to see more of this from him, where he's saying, I am Arizona's Trump. Whereas I think Karen Taylor Robeson may come out and say, I support President Trump's policies, but when he disagrees, I'll say something about it.
Mm-hmm.
David Schweikert's going to say, I'm a principled conservative. I don't care what the president does. I'm going to stick to my principles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's really the differentiator, excuse me. But I think Andy Biggs is sending a signal like, if you like Trump, you will like me. Regardless of what he does, I got his back.
Going to be interesting to see who that works for.
Very interesting.
You have a prediction?
No.
Oh.
If I were to set odds on this?
Well, look, just Chris Merrill really putting his neck on the line. Does he have a prediction? No.
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 I'm shaking my 8 ball. The future is unclear. You complain about money in politics. We all do. So why is Arizona's high-profile political rolling in it? You don't have to be Nostradamus to figure out what this war chest means and why you're about to be at the center of electoral controversies for the next 2 years. Who's raking it in next? The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
For 35 years, Mountainside Fitness has been part of the Valley, helping families and communities live healthier lives with 25 convenient locations. Now is the perfect time to join with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Your membership includes full-service locker rooms, free towel service, 70-plus weekly fitness classes, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and state-of-the-art equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Mountainside Fitness. Lift local.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says all ICE and CBP officers deployed to Minneapolis will be immediately outfitted with body cameras. In a post on X, Noem goes on to say, as funding is made available, the body camera program will be expanded to include Department of Homeland Security officers nationwide. This move comes amid loud criticism, which followed the deaths of Renee Good, who was fatally shot by an ICE officer in Minneapolis, and the death of Alex Preddy, who was shot to death in that city by Border Patrol agents. Once again, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says all DHS agents in Minneapolis will immediately be outfitted with body cameras, to be followed by DHS officers nationwide. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com.
We believe now, after we've processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime.
The Pima County Sheriff's Office asking for help from anyone who has information as to the whereabouts of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. The mother of NBC Today's show host was reported missing yesterday from her home in southern Arizona. Sheriff Chris Nano says Guthrie is in need of her medications.
This is a 84-year-old lady who suffers from some physical ailments, has some physical challenges, is in need of medication. Medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal.
Deputies were called to her home Saturday night, and Nano says there are signs of a crime scene. While we're breaking heat temperatures for February here in the Valley, other parts of the country just can't seem to catch a break. Temperatures are starting to warm following a snowy weekend in the Carolinas, but another new storm system is on the move for parts of the Midwest.
Charlotte, North Carolina, digging out from nearly a foot of snow over the weekend. Mother Nature's going to help your cause temperatures well into the 40s, even near 50. Next storm system we're watching comes in by later on tomorrow afternoon, spreading rain from Houston up to Nashville and the northern flank of this, some snowfall. Southern parts of, say, Indiana, northern parts of Kentucky, southern parts of Ohio, Cincinnati area.
That is ABC News meteorologist Jeff Smith. If you don't have a real ID, you can still fly. It's going to cost you a little bit more, though.
The deadline to get a real ID driver's license was last May, but the TSA began enforcement this month. Without one, you'll need another form of federal ID, such as a passport. Otherwise, you'll have to use the TSA's new alternate option called Confirm ID, good for 10 days. But it'll cost you $45, and it takes time. You could possibly miss your flight. And there's no guarantee access to U.S. air travel. The TSA recommends paying the fee before arriving at the airport. If you're not sure if you have a real ID, in most states, a real ID has a white star and a yellow circle in the upper right-hand corner of your license. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
It's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's February 2nd, and back on this day in 1887, Groundhog Day is celebrated for the first time. Featuring a rodent meteorologist, the event took place at Gobbler's Knob in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. According to tradition, if the groundhog comes out of its hole on this day and sees its shadow, it gets scared and runs back in, predicting 6 more weeks of winter. No shadow means an early spring. Groundhog Day has its roots in ancient Christian traditions, when clergy would distribute candles needed for winter. Germans expanded on this concept by selecting an animal, the hedgehog, as a means of predicting weather. Once in America, German settlers in Pennsylvania continued the tradition, although they switched from hedgehogs to groundhogs, which were plentiful in the Keystone State. In 1993, the movie Groundhog Day, starring Bill Murray, popularized the usage of Groundhog Day to mean something that's repeated over and over.
1,000 people freezing their butts off waiting to worship a rat.
Today, tens of thousands of people witnessed Phil's prediction, and it all started back on this day in 1887.
And it's time to check on traffic now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with debris on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Ray Road. Avondale, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at 99th Avenue. Lastly, Scottsdale, they crashed on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near McDowell Road. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. Ready for a new look? Arizona Painting Company delivers top-quality painting inside and out. Get a free quote plus 15% off now at ArizonaPaintingCompany.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight we'll see a low of 49, and so far, and in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, we've been as hot as 79 degrees. The afternoon is still young, though. Tomorrow, we're expecting 81 and possibly 84 by Wednesday. Right now in Phoenix, though, it's 77. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Today's show is brought to you by the number 12.5 million. As in, Senator Mark Kelly raised more than $12.5 million in the last months of the last year. Thank you, Joe. Diving right in with the deep thoughts. Go ahead. What is it about?
I was starting a thought, and then you just had to snap me off over there and take my lifeless body and find the bus. Beep, beep. Here comes Joe right in front of the bus. Boom, boom. Okay, I just got run over. What do you think he's planning to do with $12.5 million? Is he saving that up to run for Senate again? Is he building a war chest to run for the top office in all the land?
What?
Is he just planning an exciting space expedition?
I'm going to go with not the space expedition.
I think you're right on that. That's more his brother's field.
He did, I believe, redistribute $1 million of his cash to other Democratic candidates in Arizona.
He redistributed the wealth.
Yes. That's from reporting from AZ Central. I think that he is playing the game really well right now.
The game being which game?
Political fundraising. Yeah. Profile raising, awareness, this kind of thing, right? And I think that he is, we've discussed this before. I mean, you call him such a derogatory term, such a nasty name that you give him. It's
meant with the most love. As a fellow potato, he is a potato.
Yeah. And why is he a potato?
Bald.
And?
Not the most exciting.
Flavorful?
Yeah. Just kind of.
There.
Just kind of a spud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go so far as to call him a vegetable.
Yeah.
A starchy one at that.
Mhm.
I think that's very unprofessional of you.
No.
I think it's very rude.
Just keep listening.
It's very unbecoming.
Keep watching.
So when he gets when you label him a spud, it's basically because he's a boring dude, and he looks like Mr. Potato Head.
He's been confronted on this. I watched a real life podcast the other day, and he was asked about that, and I got to tell you, his answer back was not, "I am exciting." It was, "I am what I am. Take it or leave it."
So then he does this video last year, which says, if you're in the military, you can choose not to follow
illegal orders.
Right.
In fact, don't follow illegal orders.
Right.
Yeah.
And the White House went ballistic. They turned into popcorn. Oh, might be able to do a whole segment here where we just relate to all politicians
foods?
as vegetables. So, starchy vegetables. So the White House raised his profile higher than any of these dumb Democratic Party
took
videos.
The bait he dangled out there.
Oh my gosh. I mean, President Trump looked like one of those alligators on the History Channel, just leaping up out of the water to grab whatever it was that was dangling down, that raw meat. And all of a sudden, it's like all that Mark Kelly had to do was just reel him in. Hook, line, and sinker. And then he kept saying, "I'm going to stand up and I'm going to fight." And the president said, "We're going to double down." You know, we were talking about Andy Biggs in the last segment, how he doubled down instead of backing down. He doubled down on comments. A.G. Mays has doubled down on comments instead of backing down on comments in the face of criticism. President Trump always doubles down. He never backs down. In fact, even so much so that he won't back down even when he's completely losing the messaging. He'll blame the messaging on somebody else, and then they get demoted back to El Centro to be the Border Patrol chief there because of something they said in Minnesota. But the president's never the one with the egg on his face. So
He's always got a fall guy or gal.
Once Kelly knows that he's got Trump on the hook, he knows Trump is never going to spit that hook. So he just keeps reeling him in. And then Trump goes, "Okay, this is it now. You know what? Hegseth, go court-martial him. Go get him and tell him that he's going to lose his pension. Go knock him down." And Mark Kelly's like, "This is great." The pole is just bending over sideways while he's trying to reel this monster in. And he says, "They're going to lose so bad. And the only way, America, that you can stop this is by sending me money." And I've said it before, the worst part about politics today is that nobody's in it for us. They're all in it for raising their own profile, because when they make things more divisive, they make money.
You know, it's funny you say that, Chris. I was writing down some thoughts as you were just saying that now. You always tell me, "Joe, write it down."
Write it down, Joe.
And I did.
Okay.
And I wrote down 2 thoughts. You want to read what I put on that paper? There's read what I put. Don't make some funny business up here. One says
carrots.
No, it says money.
Kale.
No, it says money. And what does the other one say?
Forklift.
No, serious.
What's best for the country or best for him? Money.
Well, yeah, so I wrote down money. This is all about money.
Yep.
And then the other thought is, what really bums me out is Kelly acting in the best interest of the country, or is he acting in what's in the best interest of Mark Kelly?
Let me, for the sake of argument, because I know exactly where you're going and I don't disagree with the direction.
Well, good. That means you got it right for
But
once.
for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
Have I ever told you how much I love you?
Uh-huh.
For the sake of argument, let's just suppose maybe it's both.
Okay.
Maybe he does believe that what he's doing is best for the country, and that President Trump is harmful to the country, and that that whatever he can do to stand in the way is good for the nation. And he gets some campaign donations along the way because I've found like-minded individuals. And let me throw this the other direction.
Yeah.
Andy Biggs, Arizona representative running for governor, just came out and said he's backing Stephen Miller, right? Does he actually believe in everything that President Trump does?
I think he believes a lot of it.
Does he believe that that's what's in the best interest of the country?
I think he probably does.
And is he going to make money when he goes out and starts telling everybody about it?
Oh, heck yes.
So I think the answer could be both, right?
I definitely think it could be.
But we know in
with
politics,
Biggs.
fundraising absolutely has to be part of everything that they do.
But see, I think the math with Kelly is a little more challenging too. Undoubtedly, it's good for him. I will give you that. But when you think about what's best for the country, the Democrats have this problem right now. Now, obviously, if you are a big-time Trump backer, anything that Mark Kelly, Ruben Gallego,
it's bad
Gavin
for the
Newsom,
nation. They hate
it's
America.
all terrible.
Right.
Pick your Democrat, it's all terrible.
Yeah.
But the problem the Democrats have, though, is I don't see a lot of cohesion. they're all playing the same game, but they're all doing it on their own. None of them are really lining up behind any, individual Democrat. They're all trying to play this game, and then one by one they will fall and kind of back each other. But
isn't that the best way, that you throw everything against the wall to see what sticks? Or does that just make it look like a party in disarray?
That's the way we've done it for the last, several years. But I don't know that is ultimately going to be, A, I don't think it's best for the country. B, I don't know that it's best for their party either.
And let's remember that prior to President Trump coming along, that was the Republican knock.
Yeah.
But then Trump came along and unified that party.
Yeah.
What happens to that party after Trump is gone?
That's the billion-dollar question. And can he unite them after he's gone and kind of pick an heir apparent?
Yeah. Very good. Hey, Arizona's infant new party is fighting an uphill battle. Nobody really expects the Arizona Independent Party to win the gubernatorial race. So what does winning look like? You'll find out from the first candidate ever from that party to get into the race next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with the top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
3:13, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. All Department of Homeland Security agents and officers deployed to Minneapolis will quickly be outfitted with body cameras. That's the word from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem today. President Trump says it was Noem's call, and he's okay with it.
They generally tend to be good for law enforcement because people can't lie about what's happening.
The move comes amid the controversy and criticism that followed the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy in separate interactions with ICE and Border Patrol agents. Noem says the program will be expanded to include all DHS officers nationwide as the funding is made available. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at those roads right now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash blocking the center lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix with debris on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound at 43rd Avenue. Chandler with debris on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Ray Road. In Avondale, we have a disabled vehicle off-right near the on-ramp. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at 99th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Expecting a low tonight of 49. Tomorrow, 81, 84 for the high on Wednesday. Right now in Tempe, it's 77. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Thank you, Peoria. Shout out to our friends in Peoria. A lot of Big Joe fans in Peoria. A lot of Big Joe fans.
They got to be somewhere.
They're in Peoria.
I love them.
Shout out, Peoria. Thank you so much. Last week we talked about the new Arizona Independent Party and how we've got the first candidate from that party. His name is Hugh Lytle. And he's got, is it fair to say, an uphill battle? In fact, I think you put his odds at 0.
I put his percentage chance of winning the governor's race at 0. Yes, I did.
Even if...
And I hope I am 100% wrong.
Even if a candidate dies, you say 0.
I do.
All right. Well, we'll find out what he thinks about that. Joining us right now from the Arizona Independent Party is Hugh Lytle. Hugh, thank you so much for being on the program with us today. What do you say to Joe, who gives you very low odds? He's a real negative Nelly.
Well, I say, Joe, I appreciate your prediction, but I do think I wouldn't enter the race if I didn't think that I didn't have a shot at getting it done.
So
okay?
What's your path to doing that then? I mean, it really, look,
yeah,
there's establishments and then you're the new guy in the block. So what's your path?
Totally agree. And listen, don't think this didn't go through my mind when Paul Johnson came and talked to me about running. But here it is. I built a business in healthcare that works deeply with the Latino community. I've supported the Latino community for a very long time, both personally and through my business. And there's a lot of support in that community, generally maybe more of a Democratic stronghold. I also know that pro-business Democrats at times maybe don't find the perfect home relative to progressives. Then when you go to the right, I think right to center, if there's a strong showing by Karen Taylor Robeson and Reagan conservatives, okay. But if Andy Biggs wins that primary, that's a pretty big lane for someone who is pro-business, limited government, a lot of things that I would call, traditional fiscal conservative views and support for that could open that lane up between a Katie Hobbs and a Andy Biggs race. Not saying that's how it ends up, but certainly that makes me, I believe, a lot more competitive.
Arizona Independent Party candidate Hugh Lytle joins us right now. You just mentioned the names of some of the people who are certainly looked at as competition for you, and you said, hey, if Andy Biggs ends up getting the nod for the GOP, that could bode very well for you. But you said Karen Taylor Robeson appeals to conservatives, also has a business background. That wouldn't be so great to you. What if Karen Taylor Robeson does get the nod on the GOP side? What's your argument to why you over Karen Taylor Robeson?
I just said, that tends to be both of our base. And we and Karen's had a long head start on this. She had an entire election cycle before me. A lot of same support, people saying, look, we need to see the outcome of this primary, Hugh, but we're real excited about you. So, I think it comes down to, if it were a head-to-head on that, I'm someone who is a builder. I have created businesses. I have created jobs. I have governed, granted boards, but governed business. And at the end of the day, I've built businesses that are transformative, that have, in a highly regulated business like healthcare, that requires substantial capital to grow and scale. And I think on a head-to-head, on a business perspective, I've got ideas that might be maybe more creative and potentially in a better position. But again, I don't know exactly how that plays out. But I know I'm I can be competitive on that front.
Hugh Lytle is the Arizona Independent Party candidate, the first to announce his candidacy in that party. Although we don't know exactly what a primary might look like, if there's going to be other candidates step forward. Others have expressed some interest in being a part of that. So if I may, and feel free to correct me, but what I'm hearing from you is that you're more of a traditional pro-business, conservative-leaning guy, center-right. Is that fair to say? And if so, then what is your broader appeal to try to peel some votes off from people on the left? And of course, I understand we're looking at this as a binary equation. It's not always quite so simple, but you've sort of tacked your lane just center right, but also, hey, Latino community, listen to me. You have an ally here. Pro-business Democrats, you have an ally here as well. What else do you do to try to peel some of the Democrats off of the Hobbs voters instead of just splitting the vote and giving her a path to victory?
Yeah, it's funny. I get that one a lot. So the irony is, there's a lot of people who consider me to be left to center, which is why when Paul Johnson came and spoke with me, he ran through the entire list of topics, issue topics, and said, "Yep, you wouldn't win a single primary." Republican or Democrat. So, I am very heavily socially conscious. I support civil rights, equal rights. I don't care. I'm big on people and being a humanitarian. And I believe my track record shows my commitment to community and community-based organizations as well as populations. I have a strong affinity for everybody having an equal shot and being fair, which is why I'm running. At the end of the day, I view this toxicity in healthcare, this polarization and extremism, dangerous and a threat to democracy. And I see that we've got, and everybody I talk to, I think there's just a growing feel. And if you look at, the recent Gallup poll shows, almost 1 out of every 2 Americans identify as independent now, and young people at a much higher degree. So we're focused on youth. We're focused on people that are dissatisfied with the two-party system. And I think that's creating momentum even early in this campaign.
Paul, excuse me, I'm sorry, I almost said Paul Johnson. Hugh Lytle is the Arizona Independent Party candidate. Paul Johnson is with the party. And I really wanted to kind of get you, as you talk about the differences, I really want to get your opinion on immigration enforcement in Arizona. If you are elected governor, undoubtedly you'll have to communicate anyway with the federal government about immigration enforcement. You talked about being potentially more socially leaning left, civil rights, equal rights, that sort of thing. But there's no doubt that immigration in Arizona is a major topic. What's your position on that?
You know, border enforcement, immigration, I believe in all of it. But the rule of law, it's the core of democracy. But so is the ability to, individual rights to protest, and even protest under emotional conditions. And I like to say it this way. If I were governor, the way I lead is I would be on the street in front of the tank holding up for my Arizonans. So you would see an incredibly active governor. Starting to see governors get active now, but I believe that that's your first job, is to make sure that you're establishing the rule of law, and that if they have a warrant, I want to understand who they're going after. The gangsters versus the gardeners concept, and make sure that we are going after the appropriate individuals, and that I'm clear on what the rules of engagement are. And I do believe we should have local law enforcement as a component of that. And then if there is an incident, then I would call for a transparent and accountable investigation, because I think about everything that in Minneapolis that happened couldn't have gone more wrong in terms of what was intended there.
Hugh Lytle, Arizona Independent Party candidate. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen play out in the Valley over the last couple of weeks with this immigration raid at 14 Zips locations throughout the Valley. You mentioned, hey, go after the gangsters instead of the gardeners, and you also mentioned your ties to the business community. Do you feel that businesses out there need to be held more accountable, or do you feel this is solely on rounding up individuals who are not in this country legally? Because there's a lot out there who will suggest that if you look at the businesses, that they're the ones who are bringing in these people, and that's really the draw. And if you crack down on them, that more could be done as well. How do you approach that?
I look at it just differently. I feel like, these are businesses. Yes, the rule of law needs to be applied, but I would rather see, if we're going to bring in a tactical unit from DC, I would like to know that it is coming in to go after the most violent and troublesome gang members and or people causing, at risk to society. People who are hardworking, who have either, not completed their immigration status or in process of contributing to society. I would want to make sure that they are, of course, brought into a process, but not under, that kind of drama.
Hugh Lytle, Arizona Independent Party candidate. We certainly look forward to talking with you down the road. We know that this race has a lot of time to play out, and we appreciate your time this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll look forward to talking with him again, and I believe he's scheduled to be on with Mike Broomhead tomorrow as well. So you'll get questions we didn't get to. Mike will have, and Mike will have his own questions.
That's
to go
great.
along. Yeah. Hey, imagine getting a call from a number you don't recognize. You send that to voicemail, right? Well, what if the voicemail is from the police in your hometown telling you got to call them back ASAP? You have a total freak out, don't you? So who's in the middle of that freak out right now? Next on our Headline Volley, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep?
No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vitalformen.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this, Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
It's Gatos for Aria Dental Implant Center. They're changing lives every day. And Lee is going to tell us how Aria changed her life. Lee, tell everybody how you were feeling before you went to Aria. What was the issue with your teeth?
I had a lot of missing and broken teeth, and I was very self-conscious about my smile. And so I decided to make a change, and I heard about Dr. Joe, and I went in for my consultation and felt very comfortable with his office and very knowledgeable what the procedure would be like, and I decided to move forward and go with it.
How has your life changed because of Aria?
I'm no longer always thinking about my teeth or whether or not someone else is looking at my teeth. I don't even think about smiling anymore. If I feel like smiling, I just smile instead of trying to hide my smile from other people.
Lee is a perfect example of how Aria Dental Implant Center can change your life. Go see Dr. Joe today. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell him Gato sent you.
The deadline for the Greater Phoenix Chamber's Excellence in Business Awards nominations is February 13th. Honor businesses that are driving innovation, shaping our economy, and making a difference in the community by visiting phoenixchamber.com/nominate.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, Glendale police arrest a mom and dad on child abuse charges at 67th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. Their 2 children were found living in horrible living conditions. that include an insect infestation and feces-covered walls and floors.
Although they were supplying food to the children had no direct access to a bathroom and never had direct access to a bathroom, so the children were living in their own waste.
Jose Santiago from Glendale Police says the 4- and 6-year-old boys were kept in a cage environment. 41-year-old Arthur Jackson and 36-year-old Sarah Jackson have been booked on 2 counts each of child abuse. On the heels of the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, the Department of Homeland Security says all of its agents deployed to Minneapolis will quickly be outfitted with body cameras. That comes from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who says the program will include all Homeland Security officers nationwide as the funding is made available. President Trump says it was Noem's call.
Well, it wasn't my decision. I would have, I leave it to her.
The president says the move is good for law enforcement because, quote, people can't lie about what's happening. To combat the rise of cryptocurrency scams, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has launched a new fraud complaint form to refund victims. In 2024, Arizona saw more than $177 million stolen through Bitcoin scams from nearly 600 crypto-based ATM machines. Mays has warned Arizonans not to use crypto machines, and new laws limit the amount of money that can be sent through these ATMs. The fraud complaint form is to help refund any victim as long as the complaint is submitted within 30 days. The Fiesta Bowl introduces a brand new women's collegiate flag football tournament that will take place later this year. Fiesta Sports Foundation CEO and Executive Director Eric Moses joined Arizona's Morning News to explain why creating this tournament made so much sense to them.
Flag football, especially on the women's side, is one of the fastest growing sports in the country. We think there are about 2.5 million athletes playing the sport as it is currently.
The women's flag football event will be a 2-day, 7-on-7 tournament that will take place in April at ASU's Tempe campus. Let's take a look at traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Mesa, we have a crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound near Elma School Road. Mesa again with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Also on the US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound, this time near Stapley Drive. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. State Route 51 northbound at Union Hills Drive. Phoenix with debris on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 43rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free tavern time included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
49 overnight, 81's forecast for tomorrow, and 84 by Wednesday before we get back to the 70s starting on Thursday. Right now, we've climbed to 81 in Buckeye. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
And every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
Yosef.
It's you.
The authorities said this morning, that they were investigating the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today's Show anchor Savannah Guthrie, who was last seen on Saturday near her home in Tucson. They're investigating it as a crime. Your parents are getting older and they live far away. Time to be real here with our volley today. What's your biggest worry about your aging parents?
Oh, man.
Because I know you and I know you worry about them.
I don't worry. So it's funny. I think the words worry and care get confused a lot. I have a lot of friends who say, Joey, I think you worry about me too much. And I always tell them, like, no, I care about you. I care tremendously about my parents, and I never want something bad to happen. So those words can be used interchangeably, but I truly, like, my mom and dad are probably listening. And I would just say, I don't worry about them, but my biggest fears of things that could happen would not be abduction. This is a nightmare scenario.
Right.
But it would be, I mean, something that's kind of out of their control too. Like my dad could be driving down the road and be in a horrible car accident.
Yeah.
And like you said, I'm 2,000 miles away. What the heck am I going to do about it? That would be my biggest fear. And again, not worry. I don't wake up every day and go, oh, my dad's, driving isn't what it used to. Like my dad drives like somebody in his 30s or 40s. He's great behind the wheel. But you can't control someone else coming the other way, or if you skid on a patch of ice, things like that. So it would just be the things that you can't control. That's what freaks me out the most is obviously I'm not there. The same kind of things could happen to me. That would be my greatest fear, that, someone else does something that, one of them just can't react quick enough and you're in a nightmare scenario.
That's interesting you say that.
What did you think I was going to say?
I didn't have any notion, but I'm analyzing my answer that I have versus your answer.
Okay.
And I say that because my parents are roughly the same age as yours.
Yes.
But also my aunt lives with my parents and just last November was in a very bad car accident that nearly cost her life. In fact, update, she just came home last week.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me something really bad happened.
No.
Oh, thank goodness.
She was in a car accident.
I'm very glad she is home.
But it was the second week in November.
Yeah.
And just came back last week. She's 68 years old, I think, or 65, something like that.
Yeah.
And it was in this bad car accident. And yet I don't worry about my parents being in a car accident in that same way, even though I have a recent example. That's fascinating that you say that.
If, you always have an answer prepared when you throw out the question. I always tell you, I'm not answering that. I asked you. What would be your greatest fear in regards to your parents?
I have a couple.
Okay.
I worry about something happening to one of them.
Okay.
Medical incident, one of them passing away.
See, I don't, because I would bring them wherever I was.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
My parents know I always have a bedroom, or, hey, if they don't want to be with me, I'm putting them in a house next
I don't
to me.
think I could get either one of my parents. I don't think I could get to move in with myself or with my wife. For those unfamiliar, my wife and I have a place that's actually near my parents' house, and that my wife spends about half the year there, and then she's here in the winter.
Fair.
But I don't think either one of them would want to leave their place.
Yeah.
Especially with my aunt living there. And then I worry about looking out for them. I worry about...
That's why I would want to bring mine out here.
I totally understand, but I worry about them being lonely.
Yeah.
That loneliness epidemic that we've read so much about, I worry about the mental case
100%
that would have.
That's why I would want them out here. But my parents would talk with me 20 years ago, and every year it was, oh, you're going to ASU. Maybe we'll move out there. And just gradually over time, I hear less and less of that talk.
Well, you never know what might happen in 2 years, Joe.
Well, yeah, but less and less over time does it seem like something like that may happen. And instead, it's more like, hey, I know I'm going to be coming back to Michigan because, of course, I want to see them.
Yeah.
I just don't see them buying a place out here and snowbirding it. I wish they would.
Let's check with Pablo. Pablo, you lost your father not too long ago here.
Yeah, but for my mother, I fear that she's going to start not being mentally sharp, and if she gets lost or something. That's kind of what I don't
like
want
a silver alert situation?
Yeah, like a silver alert situation.
Is there a piece of you, and I'm trying, I don't mean to set you up to sound selfish. I just want you to be real about it. Is there a piece of you that worries about mental decline and what that would do to you? In other words, I don't know if I have enough to take care of my parents if they have mental decline.
Do you mean like emotionally?
So like, for instance, I told you if something were to happen to one of my parents, all right? So dementia runs on, well, actually, I guess both, I have examples on both sides of the family of dementia. So if, for instance, I lost one parent and the other one was diagnosed with dementia, at that point I would make them move in with, my wife. And, but honestly, if I would make them move in with me, but I don't know that I have what it takes to be that caregiver. Like that would be a lot for me. And I don't know if I'm just too selfish or if I'm too...
I think you're not giving yourself enough credit.
Well, LaDonna Harvey from the morning show does this. Her father has Alzheimer's and she takes care of him. And she said, I never imagined that there would come a day where I was washing my father, right? And what an awkward thing that is. And she's just an inspiration to me, genuinely.
Yeah.
I don't know that I could do that, and that scares me. So that's why I asked Pablo if that would scare you.
I've thought of that frequent, all the time.
Yeah,
a lot, not all the time.
I mean, it feels really selfish, but I worry about that.
With me, I'm going to kind of split the baby here because I know that I could do that for my parents, but I think everybody reaches the point. There was someone else in our building here who reached a point with one of his parents where it just got to be too much. And he did have to find a facility where they would kind of take on more of that, just because, you do have to work. You do have to, go into a job, and, you always want the best for your parent. And it got to the point where their parent wasn't even, identifying who they were. It was like, oh, who the heck are you? So I do think there is a point where that can happen.
Where it is too much.
Where it is emotionally too much, not just even physically. So, yeah, I think you can get to that point. But early on, I know that I could do it. And I know you're a great dad. I know you don't give yourself nearly enough credit.
I'm not.
You are. You sell yourself way short. You 100% could do it.
It's not a shtick. I am not. I'm just not a great dad. Let's go to your next.
Oh, this is equally heavy here, Chris. Guys are balling on a budget. Love is in the air.
This feels very
Chris.
heavy.
It is pretty heavy. I need you to design the ideal Valentine's Day to leave a sweetie feeling special on $20 or less. And I have a second question as well. So I was reading this Ramsey article where he was outlining things that couples could do if they're really kind of balling on a budget. So the second question is, how much should you spend on Valentine's Day? Like, how much will you be spending on your wife for Valentine's Day? Or I need you to come up with, again, a $20 or less Valentine's that would leave your sweetie feeling amazing. Like, is it serving her breakfast in bed? Is it giving her one of those lovely coupon books with the free massage and the chore pass? Do you put together a nice gift basket with her favorite candy?
I'm going to answer your question here.
Yeah.
And you're not going to like my answer.
Of course not.
But it is 100% true.
Yeah.
For where we are now in our relationship.
Okay.
And I want to invite Becky Lynn on this too.
Yeah.
So, BL.
Oh, because I've been married a long time.
Because you've been married a long time. Longer than I am.
Yeah.
All right.
The longer you go on, the less you do.
So here's my $20, here's my $20 suggestion to make her happy on Valentine's Day. All right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I draw a hot bath.
Ooh.
Right? And I've spent $20 on some fancy lad bubble bath and some rose petals. And I set the bubble bath and I get it nice in there, and lights down low. And I say, sweetheart, I'm going to leave you alone for the rest of the night.
That's right. Yeah. I'm going to go watch House Hunters.
That's right.
By myself.
And I just go, this is it. Here you go, sweetheart.
You're
just
welcome.
enjoy it. I got you a book. I got your little thing set up so you can watch your TikTok in the bathtub. I don't
Glass
care what
away.
you do, but I'm just going to leave you alone. And you can just have a wonderful evening.
Love you so
to
much.
me,
I'm going to abandon
that's
you.
what she would want. Exactly. Yeah.
I love
Not
that.
bad.
Okay.
Not bad. Here's another way to save some big bucks for Valentine's Day. We adhere to this one all the time. Valentine's Day is this Saturday or next Saturday night, right? That's on Saturday.
Yeah.
You go to dinner on Friday.
Yeah.
Do not ever go.
Oh, man.
Valentine's Day.
That is sexy, folks, right there.
I'm telling you.
You go to dinner before the holiday.
That was my play when we were dating, is I would send her flowers on the 13th, and I'd
Right.
say, I'm one day better than everyone else.
See?
Yeah.
And it's all in how you do it, right? It's all in how you do it.
All right.
Amazing.
Thank you very much. Hey, you probably heard Becky Lynn talking about the new pain in your butt when you go to Sky Harbor. If you didn't, you will. It does raise another question about just how many documents you need to be carrying all the time, and are you keeping up on them? What you should let expire and what you have to make sure you keep up on is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Here in the Valley, we have plenty of healthcare options, but not all of them offer the kind of care we truly want. I'm Jim Sharp, and like you, I value unhurried care, where your doctor takes the time to listen, understand, and treat you with the attention you deserve. That's why I want to tell you about the Midwestern University Clinics. At Midwestern, it's different. As a teaching facility, their students and expert faculty work together to provide unhurried, affordable, and compassionate care. They take the time to listen, examine, and understand your unique needs. needs without the pressure of meeting patient quotas. Whether you need family medicine, dental, vision, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language services, or psychological care, Midwestern University clinics offer it all in one convenient location. Experience the Midwestern difference for yourself. Call 623-537-6000 or visit MWUclinics.com to schedule your appointment today. MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing, just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, family-owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:49. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Horrible living conditions is how Glendale police describe a home where 2 boys, ages 4 and 6, were found near 67th Avenue and Bethany Home Road.
These children were kept almost in a cage environment. These parents used child safety gates and created a barrier that caged the children up in a bedroom environment.
Jose Santiago from Glendale Police says feces were found on the walls and floor, and guns were also in the children's sleeping area. The parents, 41-year-old Arthur Jackson and 36-year-old Sarah Jackson, were booked on 2 counts each of child abuse. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic now, let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Avondale with a crash on I-10 Popular Freeway westbound at 99th Avenue. Mesa, we still have that crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Alma School Road. Phoenix again with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. State Route 51 northbound near Union Hills Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. On Tech Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News, is the world ready for a social media network that's just for AI bots? And will they use it to plan their global takeover? Join LaDonna, Harvey, and me starting at 5 a.m.
Seems strange to have a social media for bots. I don't know what they talk about. Join Arizona Talks for a night of celebration and conversation honoring 114 years of Arizona statehood. Hear from state leaders and community voices on Thursday, February 12th at Western Spirit in Scottsdale. Space is limited. Register now. The contest page, KTAR.com. Joining us in the studio is Star of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Bruce,
sure.
Good to see you there, my friend. You're a world traveler. You know, the Real ID thing went into effect yesterday?
Ridiculous, yes.
So if you don't have your Real ID, you're looking at a potential $45 fee. Becky Lynn had this in her news. You ever allow a document to lapse when you knew you should have taken care of it? Did you procrastinate too long?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've let
come to mind?
Yeah,
Do you have a racing license?
Bruce doesn't seem like the most deadline-centric kind of individual.
Like passports are the ones that always sneak up on you because you're like, I mean, unless you're flying international on a regular basis, most of us go on a trip and you open up your passport like, oh, God.
Oh, no, it's not done.
So, yeah, I had one where it didn't expire when I left, but it would have expired by the time I came back. So they wouldn't let you leave.
Oh, boy.
So I had to do that expedited thing, go to the congressman's office and pay extra.
This literally happened to my wife when she was out here. Her driver's license expired at the end of last year. She's a December baby. And so it expired while she was here, but her flight didn't go back to Michigan until, when did she leave, Joe? Like the 12th of January or something like that. So she was freaking out, but she said that there's like a 30-day grace period or something.
Yeah, you would hope.
She was okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like milk. Like your ID doesn't go bad.
Well, and she had got
self-destruct.
She has the new one, but it was in the mail waiting for her.
In the mail.
Yeah.
It's in the mail.
You guys got Meghan McCain coming in today?
We do. Meghan will be on at 5 o'clock. There's a lot going on in Washington, D.C., surprisingly enough, and we can't wait to talk to her a little bit. We're going to ask her about Tulsi Gabbard and this raid in Georgia on election offices. And here's why. Tulsi is the godmother of her children.
Oh, awkward.
Awkward.
Kind of love awkward, though.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
All right. I'm looking forward to it. Outspoke with Bruce St. James and Gatos starts right up at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. I want to be nice to people. I want to take care of people. And that's the big thing I look at. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. I never say no. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty.
You hire veterans specifically to make sure that they know that they're loved and that they have a job if they want one. Can you talk about your dedication first to hiring veterans and what your mindset is behind it?
At the end of the day, it's not about moving. It's not about anything else. It's about taking care of our military and our veterans and just giving back. And that's the biggest key.
What message do you send your teams when they go out into the field and they represent your company?
The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. Moving Team 6.
Beatitudes.com.
Just in time for Valentine's Day, grab your sweetie or gather your friends and head to Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. This music and wine event is one you're sure to love. Friday evening, February 13th at 6:30, enjoy the Sonas Brothers as they bring an incredibly entertaining performance with a Greek and Spanish flair. Save your spot by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Greg did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, I saw the advertisements of Rhino Shield, and I did some internet research. It just seemed like a no-brainer to me.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
And what's nice about Rhino Shield is that it does a really good job of its ability to be UV protective. And what's really nice for people who live in HOAs, they were able to virtually identically match the existing color, but made HOA essentially a non-issue.
All right, Phoenix, you too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
The Rhino Shield crew did an exceptionally good job in terms of preparation, work, and cleanup. It was like they were never there when they were all finished.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
No paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here every year. This is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
Governor Hobbs is joining us on KTAR.
The Pentagon has announced an investigation into Arizona's senior senator, Mark Kelly. Tell me where you come down on this, Governor, please.
His words to me were, and he said this publicly, I'm not backing down. They're trying to intimidate me, and I'm not going to back down. And I applaud him for that.
Outspoken talks to the governor every other week. If you missed the live conversation, get it on the KTAR News app, our YouTube channel, or KTAR.com. Subscribe to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos wherever you get your podcasts.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. 2 people in Glendale are arrested for child abuse.
2 boys, ages 4 and 6, were found living in an insect-infested and feces-covered apartment near 67th Avenue and Bethany Home Road after someone called police about a naked child in the window.
Just horrible living conditions, something that you wouldn't even wish on your worst enemy. People wouldn't even put animals in conditions like this.
Sergeant Brian Hoskins says guns were also found in the area where the children slept.
The detective did some follow-up with the medical facility that they were transported to, and they confirmed that they didn't see any physical abuse.
He says the parents, 41-year-old Arthur Jackson and 36-year-old Sarah Jackson, were booked and are being held on a $25,000 bond. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
We do have a crime that we need to protect its integrity.
A search is continuing for the mother of NBC's Today Show host, Savannah Guthrie. Pima County Sheriff's deputies were called to the home of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie on Saturday night. Yesterday, she was officially reported missing. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says they're treating Nancy Guthrie's home as a crime scene.
We saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we've processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime.
Nunez says deputies will be using modern technology, including AI and drones, to help out in the search.
I haven't seen any plan from them because they don't have a plan to pay for it.
Governor Katie Hobbs says Arizona Republicans should pass middle-class tax cuts now and figure out the rest later. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, as Republican state lawmakers stay focused on fully implementing the Trump administration's federal tax cuts from last year to the state level, Governor Katie Hobbs continuing to say that will cost the state too much. She's urging lawmakers to settle on middle-class tax relief now, as Arizonans are already filing their taxes.
I am willing to discuss other tax conformity issues, but as I've said, those come with a huge price tag, and they have to show us how they're going to pay for that.
She also says the majority of Arizonans can file their taxes now without worry of needing to amend their returns at a later time, though Republican leaders have disagreed and point out current state tax forms assume the state fully conforms to last year's federal cuts. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
From now on, you're going to need a real ID or another acceptable form of federal ID to fly. Like a passport. The TSA began enforcing the Real ID requirement this month. You can use the TSA's new alternate option. It's called Confirm ID, but there's a $45 fee, and it takes some time, causing some travelers to miss their flight. And there's no guarantee you'll be approved for the ID. It's best to do the paperwork and pay that fee if you're going to go that route before you actually arrive at the airport. Does the recent hire of Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur help with getting the fan base back?
I think this is that move where, hey, he's a LaFleur. He's coming from the McVay tree. I think that's saving a lot of this. We've obviously got to see what it is on the field. But for now, yes, the way they got to this point through all the interviews and all the hiring process, probably not the cleanest way to go about it. But they got the guy that I think that they wanted. So that's what we've got to see.
That's Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter Tyler Drake, who thinks LaFleur's coaching upbringing and his experience with success will get him in good regards with Arizona fans. He adds that he thinks LaFleur was the better choice and any other hire would have had fans up in arms. Let's take a look at your ride this afternoon now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Lynn, Avondale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Popular Freeway westbound at 99th Avenue. Mesa, we still have the crash blocking the HOV lane at US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Alma School Road. Looking towards Surface Streets, Chandler with a crash on Elliott Road and Dobson Road, and Phoenix with a crash on 19th Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Smarten up Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Our normal high temperatures here in the Valley for the first week of February is the mid-60s. We broke a record yesterday, mid-80s, and today we're heading that way again. 49 overnight, 81 tomorrow, 84 on Wednesday, and we're at 81 degrees in Fountain Hills. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
A lot of people call it the best of the hour.
You know, the Grammys were last night.
They were.
I don't like to watch those shows.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's like it gets very political, and I'm sure they were dumping on ICE and all that kind of stuff, which is I'm fine with because, well, ICE, they're a bunch of killers. But, you know, I like the musical performances, but I'd rather, like, watch it from social media. Just the highlights.
Yeah, well,
right?
You know what? You're probably not alone.
Right.
A lot of people just watch
And so,
that part.
Wow, did Cher have a senior moment?
Literally a senior moment.
Man,
I mean, am I right? Okay, first off,
Oh.
she's 79 years old.
She doesn't look like it.
I'll give her that.
She looks
I'll give her that.
fantastic.
But she is decidedly not a spring chicken anymore.
Goodness gracious.
And I don't know if you can blame that for kind of
what happened with her.
Well, first of all, this is what I do know. When you go up there and they give you the card and you're supposed to read. I wonder if they.
There's a teleprompter first off.
Okay, because did the older people. You got to make it bigger, man. I mean, if you look at the size of my screen right now, everybody laughs at this, and I'm like, you'll get there one day.
Your font is
I've got an email from Becky Lynn.
Large.
The B is about 9 inches big.
Like right there, it just says BEC. It's all little fit on the screen.
With you. I have to use my mouse to scroll back and forth to read. Right?
Yes. All right. So boy, did she flub this thing. Can we play this?
Ready.
This is funny, right?
It's kind of funny.
Okay. Cher. By the way, do you remember many years ago we had Cher on and she refused to sing with me?
That doesn't surprise me.
I'm not surprised.
That is an outrage.
She's a bit of a challenge in person.
She's a diva is what she is.
And she would gladly say that.
She would go,
She'd go, absolutely.
Listen, Olivia Newton-John sang with me. But Cher refused. And so, and then it got tense and ugly, but we don't need to get there. Here's Cher on the Grammys.
And the Grammy goes to...
And this was this was the big one, right? Was this the big award?
Song of the Year, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, that's a big deal.
A big one.
Okay. I'm just going to play it from the beginning.
So she turned around to look at the big screen.
Oh, I thought she just left. I thought she walked away.
Well, it looked like she was wandering off.
Yeah. Hey.
But she didn't read who the winner was.
Okay.
Let's try this again.
So this is
all right, let's try this again. Okay.
And the Grammy goes to...
All right. Open the damn envelope, Cher. Where are you going? Where are you going?
Come back.
Oh!
Okay.
What?
All right. So then she heads back, and they say, "Oh, okay." And we open the envelope. Here
open
we
the
go.
envelope.
Okay. They told me it was going to be on the prompter.
Right.
Oh, the Grammy goes to Luther Vandross.
Who?
I love Luther Vandross.
No, she said Luther Vandross.
Did you say Grandros?
Yes. Okay, so first off.
Wait, hold on. Who's Luther Grandros?
There is no such person.
Oh.
Luther Vandross.
Yes.
Who was a fantastic R&B singer.
Yes.
Is very much not alive.
Dead for 21 years.
He is unable to win a Grammy to the best of my knowledge. This is Luther.
How do you win a Grammy if you're dead?
You don't.
Oh.
What she was supposed to say, you see what happened was, she was supposed to say the winner is the song Luther.
Oh.
But apparently the only Luther that Cher knows is Luther Vandross. But halfway through the word Luther, she realized she probably shouldn't say it, so she even butchered the end of it.
She didn't even get
She said Luther Vandross.
And she was supposed to be saying the name of a song, not
Kendrick
a person
Lamar
anyway.
Luther.
Right? Okay, yeah.
Wait, so Luther Vandross did not win?
No.
How do you not
He
win?
did win for this song, I believe, so just throwing it out there.
You know what this song reminds me of?
I'm
back
afraid
in,
to find out.
I used to watch Days of Our Lives, and I think this was Bo and Hope's song. A little volume, please. Don't laugh at me. That was a good
I'm not.
show.
If I should tell you this. My previous life in the music business, Luther Vandross is probably the most amazing male vocalist I've ever been in the presence of.
Then he deserved the Grammy.
I'm not
Let's
saying
just
he
give
shouldn't
him
have
one. Give him another one.
I'm just saying that it was the name of the song is Luther. Now, it does contain a sample from a Luther Vandross song, which is why Kendrick Lamar called the song Luther.
I was going to say, is there a connection, or was it?
Yeah, but at no time did it say Luther Vandross on anything.
But she got mixed up because they told her
She
one
got
thing, it
mixed
sounds like, and then it didn't happen. That's why she turned around. They said it was going to be on the screen.
She gets mixed up.
It wasn't.
It's a senior moment.
Pressure.
If only we could turn back time.
You have
this
been waiting
is
all segment to say that, haven't you?
Inappropriate. Look at that.
All right, so who won?
If this world were mine.
Is that Luther Vandross?
That is actually Luther Vandross.
Well, then he did win. What are we talking
it was
about?
a sample, but yeah, keep going. That's definitely
This is not Luther Vandross.
No, there's been some changes. That's not it.
The First Lady of Outspoken, Julia, is younger than all of us. Who is this now?
Combined.
Kendrick.
Who are we listening to?
That is Kendrick Lamar.
He's
Kendrick?
good.
And SZA. Yeah, I saw him live. He was awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is a good song.
It's a great song.
Fantastic.
Enemies in front of God, introduce them to that light, hit them strictly with that fire.
Well, so the name of the song is Luther.
Is he going to curse? Was that
There's
a
a
curse?
good chance that there's dirty words coming up. I'd be careful if I was you.
Okay.
Hey, Roman numeral 7, babe, drop it like it's hot.
I like it.
Okay.
I think that's a great Grammy song.
But Cher added herself to the list of people that completely butchered an award show.
Oh, my God.
At least she didn't give it to the... What kind of? She didn't give it to the wrong one. She just gave it to one that wasn't actually in existence.
Yes.
Grammy goes to Luther Vandross.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Luther Vandross?
Now
That's what she said.
She does get it right in a moment. Why are you clapping? Why would you clap that?
Because the screen behind her probably now had the right thing up
For
there.
Pete's sake.
And they're playing the song.
There we go. Kendrick Lamar. Oh, Kendrick Lamar. Now you're reading.
I also like to... So, the Grammys. I like to get the highlights. I don't want to sit in front of the TV for 4 hours. But
Can I tell you that sitting in front of the TV watching it isn't as bad as sitting there in person having to watch it?
You've been to the Grammys.
Oh, man.
More times than I can
Who
count.
did you get in a fight with at the Grammys?
Oh, that's inappropriate. We're not going to go down that road. But it is not fun to sit at the Grammys and watch it because there's all this boring nothing going on.
Which member of NSYNC did you punch?
Not having this. I did not punch anyone.
Was it 88 degrees?
It
was it?
It was 98 degrees is the name of the band, and I did not get in a fight with 98 degrees.
Was it 98 degrees that you got in a fight
they are
with?
fantastic people.
Who was it? Was it NSYNC?
It's irrelevant.
I just want to remember.
I want to remember.
Is it NSYNC?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, and then I'll move on.
No, you won't.
Then I'm going to stand and I'm going to keep talking. Did you get into the fight with the bad boy of NSYNC?
Which is the bad one?
Was it Lance Bass? Did you punch Lance Bass?
No, Lance is actually very, very nice.
How about Joey Fatone? Did you punch him?
No, I have nothing about Joey.
There's no way you're going after Timberlake.
No.
JC Chasez? Who's that? Is that who it is? I don't know. I don't know these guys. And then there's Chris.
No. You got it.
Chris. Oh, that was him.
Oh, yeah.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
He looks like a jerk.
He is.
Okay.
Now that we've got that settled.
I also like to watch for the fashion. My wife likes to watch.
Like what they're wearing. Sure. That's like the runway and stuff. Yeah.
All right. What was Heidi Klum wearing, for crying out loud?
Okay, so apparently
this is a new trend.
And at the risk of just sounding more like a pig.
Oh gosh.
I'm in favor of this.
You're
trend.
in.
She wore it's called the naked dress.
Becky Lynn, have you heard of the naked dress?
No, but I'm guessing it was a
naked dress.
flesh-toned color.
It is a latex mold, basically, of her body. So it looks like she's wearing a wetsuit in the shape of a dress.
Yes.
Right. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so. Must have been very uncomfortable.
It doesn't leave a lot to the imagination.
No, I wouldn't imagine it would.
I was going to say that right now.
Do you guys
It
know?
has like big buckles on the side, so they have to like wrap her in it and then...
Apparently, it offers very little mobility.
You don't say.
Yeah.
And breathability,
I was going to say.
non-existent.
Okay, so
the dress.
Don't ask me how I know.
The dress snaps down the side.
Down the sides.
And they say that looked more fit for an iron chest than a red carpet dress.
I may or may not have been at a music video once, and I don't even remember who it was. And the models it was a rap video. In the hip hop video, they were wearing those really skin tight dresses. And I was just standing there watching, and I'm talking to the wardrobe guy going, I honestly don't even know how they get in these. He goes, I have to put baby powder on them, and then we put them on. I go, I'm sorry, is that your job? Do you get paid to do that? Do you need an assistant?
And do you
baby powder?
Taking
you know, baby powder on to slip these rubber dresses on.
So that reminds me of a famous Friends episode. Do you remember the Friends episode where Ross got black leather pants?
No.
And he started to sweat in them.
That's not good.
And he went into the bathroom. He had to go to the bathroom, so he pulled the pants down, but he couldn't bring them back up.
Couldn't get them back up.
So he took the baby powder, and he starts rubbing his hairy legs with the baby powder and tries to get his pants back up, and it just didn't work.
It sounds like something. So there you have it.
All right. So Luther Vandross did not win the Grammy.
He most certainly did not.
I'm just checking.
There's been a lot of changes.
Was not actually naked.
No.
By the way,
naked.
When are people just going to start showing up naked?
Any minute now.
I mean, seriously.
Well, you got to do something to shock, and you want people to talk about you. And you're not going to do it if you show up in a little black dress like everybody else, right?
It's an outrage.
It's an outrage. Check the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And up next, a hazing death has rattled NAU. But what's the official cause of death? We want to dig into this. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Aquazona Kinetico, world's most efficient softener. I have a Kinetico. I've had one for 20 years. I've been talking to you, oh my goodness, for almost 20 years about the great K5 drinking station that I have in my house. There's so many great reasons to purchase a Kinetico, especially the K5. Easy and convenient. You get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of your own home. I mean, think about the bottled water that you buy. It's just tap water. You put it in the fridge, it's cold, and you think it tastes good, but it really doesn't. You know, when you look at Arizona's water, there's chlorine in it, heavy metals, microplastics, forever chemicals. What you need is a Kinetico system. If you're going to, do this for you, do this for your family, you'll notice the difference immediately. So call 602-910-6570, or you can check out aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
417, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Governor Katie Hobbs now reacting to a Department of Homeland Security purchasing a $70 million warehouse in Surprise to be used as a detention facility for undocumented migrants. She said today her office has already looked into blocking the DHS expansion, but indicated her office can't do anything about it. In a previous statement, an ICE spokesperson told KTAR the detention facilities will be well structured and meet regular standards as DHS looks to expand detention space. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And with the check on traffic, let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near Baseline Road. Avondale, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 99th Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 19th Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Hey, got to give a quick shout out to everyone listening in Phoenix, all the Phoenicians. Phoenix, this is your shout out. Thank you guys for listening. So, full disclosure, I was in a fraternity at the University of Arizona way back in the day. And hazing was something that I think it really scared a lot of people. And back then, I think hazing has evolved. But we've now heard, it went away for a while. I mean, we all agreed, you know what, you just can't treat people like that. I mean, for nothing else, there's legal consequences. Fraternity, sororities got kicked off of campus. Cops showed up. It's a bad thing. And now we know that 3 members up at NAU, at the Delta Tau Delta fraternity, are facing charges in the death of a student who was rushing their fraternity.
3 fraternity members are in police custody in Flagstaff tonight after the death of a pledge candidate. This involved the Delta Tau Delta fraternity at NAU. Police say the 18-year-old student was attending a rush event and multiple people were drinking alcohol, including that student. Police have not said exactly how he died yet, but 3 fraternity executive board members are in custody facing hazing charges. They're identified as Carter Eslick, Ryan Creech, and Riley Cass, all 20 years old. Police say they are continuing to investigate and review evidence. They have not identified the student who died.
So our son went to the U of A, didn't want to rush a fraternity. Our daughter was in a sorority. Mm-hmm. There wasn't hazing.
No.
But I got to tell you, I mean, it's not that you know that hazing in fraternities happens.
It exists
everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's gone away, man. I don't think.
Okay, you say that.
I don't think it's gone away.
So my freshman year at U of A, they made a point in my fraternity that the national fraternity and U of A had outlawed any and all forms of hazing, full stop, period.
It doesn't mean that they don't do it.
Well, okay, but I didn't go through it.
Okay.
We as a class, a pledge class, were not hazed, but I can remember some of the older, the older members of the fraternity being a little miffed by it.
Yeah.
Because they felt like we didn't have to go through what they went through. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they wanted to haze you.
They wanted to haze us.
Right.
And I really think one of the problems when it comes to hazing, and again, we're going to learn more details about what happened at NAU, but it appears that, and they've said alcohol is a factor. Did this student die of alcohol poisoning, basically, over drinking?
There's no question. I mean, if you're going to guess, that's
seems
what it
that,
is.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm inferring a lot through that. The notion that you can force other people to do this in order to get admission into our club, and that is a fundamental problem.
I had a roommate who rushed a fraternity when I was in Syracuse, and I remember the story he told me, and it's I'll tell it a little.
Oh, really?
Bit, yeah.
Okay.
I guess what they had a keg. Okay. And everybody got in a line, and you got like 15 people or whatever, all the pledges.
All the pledges lined up.
And they all have a red cup or whatever, and each one has to go and fill the cup up and get to the back of the line. And they had to finish the drink before they got to the front again.
Okay.
And so I want you just to think of this.
Like the round table.
But it gets a little more graphic. They had the keg in the middle, and they had two big garbage cans to the sides. And that was for people to throw up in.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and again, I'm not trying to make, this isn't about me, thankfully. I didn't have a drop of alcohol.
Well, you don't drink.
Right. And so I wasn't forced to drink either.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
And, yeah. I mean, and maybe back in the day,
I was lucky in that sense.
To be honest, that they didn't kick you out
if I'd have been a year before.
No, I mean, seriously.
Well, I got to tell you, there is advantages.
Oh, I get there's advantages, but I think it's very rare.
Yes.
Right?
Because I was, I held a position of authority, even as a pledge.
Well, you were sober.
Because I was elected to speak to campus police when they showed up at our parties.
Because you were sober.
I was the only sober one.
Right.
It usually went something like this. Officer, I thought you said you didn't want to have to come back.
Wise, you know what?
I'm a wiseacre.
Right. I remember my roommate telling me that story. And, I mean, this was a guy who really, he drank a lot.
Oof.
And he hit that garbage can a bunch of times, too. And I'm just thinking, and I told him this, that, I remember this. I said, somebody could have gotten killed.
Literally.
Oh, there's no
alcohol
question.
poisoning is a thing, especially when you're dealing with underage drinkers.
Yes.
You're dealing with people who have not maybe been exposed to it, at least not on this level.
Right.
And I got to tell you, schools, campuses, I know, and maybe it goes in one ear and out the other, but underage drinking is a issue, and it is taken seriously.
Dangerous.
By campus police, by, fraternities, sororities, because you could literally get kicked off a campus for this, besides the legal issue.
Yeah, NAU is reeling here. There's no question about it.
So the Cardinals have hired a new head coach. Did they get their guy? Or was he just the last man standing? We're going to ask Dan Bickley, co-host of the Bickley and Murata Show on our sister station, Arizona Sports. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
Nobody better than the Arizona Painting Company. As I've said, they've painted the inside, the outside of my house. And I'll tell you right now, with the weather, starting to turn, now that we're in February, maybe your home is looking a little tired. Maybe inside you're seeing the walls scuffed and you're like, we need a total refresh here. Well, listen, that's where the Arizona Painting Company comes in. I'm sending you to friends of mine. I'm sending you to a business, the #1 painting company in the entire state. And when you mention Gatos, you're going to get 15% off your painting project. That's this month only. You get 15% off. Big savings, especially when you're upgrading the look and feel of your home. So, get started. It's a really easy thing to do. You text the word paint to 620-620, and you're going to get a bounce back text from me. I'm going to connect you with the team at the Arizona Painting Company. They're going to give you a free estimate because you know me, and they're going to walk you through everything. You're going to get a great deal. You're going to get the great Arizona Painting Company painters, and it's the fresh start, especially with the weather turning the way it is in a much, warmer fashion. Text the word paint to 620-620.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
Mike Broomhead.
But we have watched from the beginning of these operations that people believing they are on the side of angels have been physically attacking ICE agents. Time after time after time, we've seen vehicles hit with rocks from overpasses. We've seen people on the ground throw rocks through windows at enforcement locations. We have witnessed this happening, and it's gotten out of hand. And I hope it doesn't come here and stay here.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? We're the people you can count on for insurance and financial needs now and for years to come. Find us at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 4:30. I'm Becky Lynn. There's a partial government shutdown, even though the Senate passed a spending package last week that separates Homeland Security funding from a larger government spending bill. The House is now getting back to work, and Speaker Mike Johnson says he's confident the GOP-led House will get a package passed soon. He was asked about a DHS funding bill.
The DHS bill will be debated in the Senate over the next 2 weeks, so we'll have to see.
All Department of Homeland Security agents and officers who are deployed to Minneapolis will quickly be outfitted with body cameras. That's the word from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem today. President Trump says it was Noem's call, and he's okay with it.
They generally tend to be good for law enforcement because people can't lie about what's happening.
The move comes amid the controversy and criticism that followed the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy in separate interactions with ICE and Border Patrol agents. Noem says the program will be expanded to include all DHS officers nationwide as the funding is made available.
I haven't seen any plan from them because they don't have a plan to pay for it.
Governor Katie Hobbs continuing to say tax cuts being pushed by state Republican lawmakers would cost the state too much. Those cuts aiming to fully match federal tax reductions under the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. She's urging lawmakers to settle on middle-class tax relief now, as Arizonans are already filing their taxes. Though she also says
taxpayers have certainty. The confusion that's out there now is because the Republicans refuse to negotiate the middle-class tax cut bill with me and just get that through.
Though Republican leaders have disagreed and point out current state tax forms assume the state fully conforms to last year's federal cuts. Well, the wait's finally over. After an extensive search, the Arizona Cardinals are hiring Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their head coach. Dan Bickley, host of the Bickley and Murata show on Arizona Sports, tells Arizona's Morning News only time will tell if it was the right choice.
They had a couple of choices here. They could go out and hire a retread coach who needed a second or a third shot to get it right, or they could roll the dice and go for an up-and-coming, inexperienced guy and hope you catch lightning in a bottle. They went for the latter, which is what they normally do.
Bickley says LaFleur's also boosted by his last name. His brother Matt is the current head coach of the Green Bay Packers. Let's check traffic now. Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound near Thomas Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the interchange ramp. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound approaching the Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound transition. Lastly, Phoenix again with sign damage on I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Baseline Road. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry, offering medication management, therapy, and innovative treatments for depression, PTSD, and more. Go to revivalpsych.com and book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We should be in the mid-60s right now. Instead, we hit 80 today at Sky Harbor, looking for a low tonight of 49, 81 tomorrow, 84 on Wednesday. We're at 81 right now in Glendale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Independent candidate for Governor Hugh Lytle joins the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about his campaign. It happens tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Hey, don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, Meghan McCain is going to be joining us live from Washington, D.C., where I'm sure they're still shoveling a lot of snow or some horrible thing like that. Mondays with Meghan, we're going to check in live and get the kind of political insider scoop. So, over the weekend, we learned that the Cardinals have a new head coach. Did they get their guy? Joining us right now, he is one half of the Bickley and Murata show, Dan Bickley from Arizona Sports. Dan, thanks for joining us.
Fellas, gentlemen, boys, what's happening?
So it's L.A. Rams offensive coordinator Matt LaFleur. So if this experiment goes bad, who do they hire next year?
Listen, we all better hope there's a longer runway than just 1 year. That would mean things went very, very poorly. To what Bruce just said, there is no way the Cardinals can claim with a straight face that they got their guy. They were the 10th team to land a head coach, although the Raiders haven't officially announced their hiring of a guy.
We know who they got.
The point remains, they know what they got, and the Cardinals were once again embarrassed by the fact that they are the least appealing job on the market. And my hope, honestly, fellas, is that this is the last time we go through this kind of a coaching search where the Cardinals are at such a low point that they are considered a franchise to avoid at all costs.
Wow. Is he any good? Do you think he's going to be a good coach? Obviously, he had a great offense in L.A. I mean, tell us what you know about him.
Yeah, I actually like this hire. I really do. I'm not sure I was a big fan of the process. The Cardinals suffered a lot of rejection along the way. It took 27 days to get to this point, which was a lifetime for Cardinal fans. And even today, it's amazing to me that a get like this would have a lot of Cardinal fans still giving the team failing grades, although I think there's a reason for that. I think Cardinal fans are agitated to the point where they are not going to go blindly into the night. They're not going to immediately give this move their blessing. They're going to make the team kind of wear this for a little while. Here's what I like about him. Okay, so Mike LaFleur, as we all heard in the update, he's Matt LaFleur's brother. Much younger brother, head coach of the Packers, so he comes from a kind of a coaching family. But more to the point, he's had a lot of intense right-hand man kind of experience with two adversaries in the division. Sean McVay of the Rams, Kyle Shanahan of the 49ers, both are considered excellent coaches. Michael LaFleur worked as a right-hand man to both of these guys the last 3 years in Los Angeles. So at the very least, you're bringing in a guy that is going to at least help you solve this conundrum of a division you're playing in. The Cardinals play in the NFC West. It is largely considered the toughest division in football, full of some of the best coaches you're going to find in the game. At the very least, they've got a guy who knows how a couple of these primary guys tick, how they work, what their schemes look like, how they prepare, how they game plan against other teams in the division. So if you buy the idea that Ben Johnson helped turn around the Bears and weaken the Lions when he left the Lions, you can say that maybe this will have the same effect on the Cardinals. Other than that, they're rolling the dice on a first-time head coach who you only hope is ready for the moment.
He's Dan Bickley, co-host of the Bickley and Murata Show over on our sister station, Arizona Sports. And I guess that's kind of where I was going with this, that all things being equal, it looks like maybe the Seahawks might be struggling if they lose. We know they're going to lose their OC. The Rams lose their OC. Your hope is it brings them back down to earth a little bit, right?
Maybe a little bit, enough to kind of pull them back from the margins where they exceed. Mike LaFleur was involved in a lot of the game planning with Sean McVay. He had duties that went beyond that of an offensive coordinator. Now, a lot of people point out that you watch the Rams play football, and Sean McVay is the guy who is calling all the offensive plays. So people have wondered, and rightfully so, what is the big deal of Mike LaFleur? I would combat that by saying, for whatever reason, the Sean McVay coaching tree has turned out to be very, very prolific. It has turned out Matt LaFleur, of course, is Mike's brother who works in Green Bay, Kevin O'Connell, who is very highly regarded in Minnesota, Liam Cohen, who is a rising coaching star in Jacksonville. So all these guys came out of the same situation where you're just inside this organization in the Sean McVay orbit, and it seems to work for people. So, that's what the Cardinals are betting on. And for a team, again, that is in last place by a mile, that just set a record for the most games the last place team has finished behind the next to last place team. Right. I mean, that doesn't have a quarterback, that has an owner who does not have a good reputation when it comes to spending money exorbitantly on coaches. There's a lot of hurdles to get over with this job, and at this point in time, in my way of thinking, this is not a bad save for the team. At least you've got a guy with maybe some high-end potential.
Dan Bickley's joining us. The Cardinals have a new head coach, Mike LaFleur. He was the Rams offensive coordinator. So, we've talked about Kyler Murray. I don't know if he was injured. I don't know how injured he was. They certainly put him on the bench for the rest of the year. It kind of told me they don't want him. Is there a chance he comes back now?
It's the million-dollar question. I refuse to believe that this is actually a real thing, and I think your skepticism is very, very well-founded. He was injured on a play that none of us saw happen. We saw him take a snap and a football off the face mask, and he went into a tent. We never saw him again.
No.
And there were rumors that the team tried shopping him around the trade deadline. Suddenly the trade deadline came and went, and he went on injured reserve and never couldn't play again, even though he had been practicing in preparation to play. So there's something clearly going on behind the scenes, whether or not Kyler Murray feels betrayed, or whether he's vowed he's never going to play for the organization again, or whether both sides have said, okay, listen, it's time for both of us to part our ways. Let's do this. You go sit in the corner. We'll both keep our mouths quiet. We won't say bad things about one another, and we'll find a way to make this split happen. I would suppose that anything's possible. If Mike LaFleur came in here and during negotiations, if he said, look, I want a conversation with Kyler. I want to talk to him first. I want to see if this will work. I suppose it's possible, but I firmly believe that everything about this divorce is final except for the papers.
What did they go, 3-41 last year? What was
Here
it?
we go.
3 and what was it again?
3 and 14 last year.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I got the numbers inverted.
3 and 41.
I was told this, and I don't know if this is true. I'll ask you, Big.
Oh, boy.
I was told the Cardinals raised their season ticket prices. Is that true?
Come on now.
That is true,
What?
and it is part of the reason why fans are really, really angry. They find it appalling that a team could raise ticket prices after putting this level quality of product on the field. But it's even more than that. They're mad about the new casitas that are in the end zone, that sort of replaced where all the diehards went to hang out, and it's just kind of this feeling that there's no we in the community of Cardinal fans anymore. It's just it's an owner looking to max out and market and sell to as many rich people as he can find. Whether that's true or not, Michael Bidwell vowed at the firing of Jonathan Gannon that he wants to win, and he said it in unequivocal terms. And so now we're going to find out if he's going to put his money where his mouth is.
Well, I would say
and that's
wanting to and knowing how to might be two different things, by the way. I want to be an astronaut.
There is that.
There is that. I'm just saying.
There is that, and that's part of the issue with the Cardinals. They're one of a few teams that do not have a team president that is sort of the bridge between the general manager and football operations and the owner. And it's one of many corners that have been cut over the years with this team.
Bick, great to talk to you. Thanks for stopping by and giving us your insight. We appreciate it, man.
Always a pleasure, fellas.
Enjoy your day.
All right. Dan Bickley, co-host of Bickley and Marana on Arizona Sports. Cardinals have a new head coach, former L.A. Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur.
Means the flower.
Is that what it means?
LaFleur.
LaFleur.
Yeah, it's like French-Canadian, eh?
Well, I almost think that, you could bring anybody in and get 4 wins. It gets get better, right?
Man.
Hey, but I got a great idea. Let's raise the ticket prices after that catastrophe last year.
That'll teach them.
That really sounds like a good idea. Oof. Oh, my gosh.
I'm
All
with
right,
you on that.
coming up next. Remember, Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan at 5. But how does an 84-year-old woman disappear from her Arizona home? That's the question her famous daughter wants answered. Next.
Investing in yourself, what a great way to start a new year, right? Choosing the right financial advisor is truly one of the best investments you can make for your entire financial future. I talk to, I trust. I send my friends and family to Trajan Wealth, 480-990-3300. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, helped me come up with a plan that met my goals, my expectations, my timeline, and I know it's customized to me because no two of us are remotely alike when it comes to our plans for retirement, be they in the next couple of years or maybe decades away. It's never too late to make a good decision, and choosing the right financial advisor is at the top of that list. Again, reach out to Trajan Wealth. There's no obligation. All right. You can call, make an appointment, see if you get the good vibe like I did. All right. It's 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Life Changer Loan combines your mortgage and your checking account into one. Allows you to deposit money immediately, reduce your loan principal. Keep full access to your money 24/7. The loan helps borrowers avoid hundreds and thousands of dollars in mortgage interest. Why wouldn't you do it? Take advantage of your good credit score. You go to their website, lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic, it's just math. lifechangerloan.com. Don't forget the address. Do it now. lifechangerloan.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Arizona gained nearly 25,000 jobs in 2025. This is the state's weakest employment growth in more than 15 years. Evan Taylor, the associate professor of economics at the U of A, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain what could be behind the job stagnation in our state.
The population is not growing as quickly as it has been. Mostly that's due to lower net immigration, and so there's just we need fewer jobs if there's fewer people.
He also points to a decline in government employment as a factor in this reduced job growth. Taylor does point out, however, that the unemployment figure remains low, and industries like healthcare and business services saw the most growth in 2025. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time for traffic check, so let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash blocking the interchange ramp, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound approaching the Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound transition. Phoenix, we still have some sign damage spotted on the I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near Baseline Road. And a look in towards surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 5th Street and Priest Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Coming up on Arizona's Morning News, how to stay safe while also having fun at the WM Phoenix Open. And yes, research shows this is possible. Join LaDonna Harvey and me tomorrow, starting at 5 a.m.
Do we say WM now, not Waste Management?
I say Phoenix Open.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, that's what I've called it forever.
Got it.
It's the Phoenix Open in Scottsdale.
Okay. I live in a world of confusion.
I'm heading out there this week. I can't wait.
Hey, by the way, we have Megan McCain going to be joining us in less than 15 minutes. She'll be just past the top of the hour. We'll be checking in live with her from D.C. We got some questions for Megan. Scary story coming out of Tucson. Savannah Guthrie, the host of the Today Show.
Yeah.
She is an Arizonan. She grew up in Tucson, in case you didn't know. And her mother still lives in Tucson, Nancy Guthrie, except she went missing yesterday. Originally, you thought maybe she just wandered away, but now seems more than that.
Nancy Guthrie was reported missing from her Tucson area home on Sunday. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says evidence at the scene indicates she did not leave on her own, and there is evidence of a crime. Teams have been looking for her for the past day.
They worked tirelessly all day yesterday and all day tonight. All day yesterday and all last night. To no avail.
Nanos is asking the public to help find Guthrie, saying there are concerning indicators of what happened at the crime scene. He says they are relying on technology to help find Guthrie.
They also are concerned that she doesn't have her medication. And if you're over 80, you're probably on a ton of pills. And she can't take her, if you don't take your medication, I mean, I don't know what kind of med she's on, but I got to tell you, man, this is creeping me out. This is a very odd for an 84-year-old. Like, if you're 84, okay, how are you taken?
Well, yeah, and at this point, police down there, Pima County Sheriff's Office is saying, quote, "We know she didn't just walk out of there. She did not leave on her own." So they say the home, or the surrounding, the scene leads them to believe that she was taken against her will out of her home.
So
that's terrifying.
It's terrifying. So I go through all the craziness in my head. It's like, did someone not like Savannah Guthrie on TV?
You hope it's not related to something.
I hope. Of course, I hope
a
not.
lady on TV said, go after her mom.
I'm just listen. I have no idea. We live in a really, really strange world. And so is there someone out there that doesn't like her on TV?
But think of this.
And then, okay, I'm going to target mom. Wow.
I'd hate to say it's outside the realm, but I'm like you. Who knows, right? Here's the thing.
Give me another situation. I don't know.
Her mom is 5'5". She's relatively small. They say she has limited mobility. So you could see where somebody could maybe overpower her.
Sure.
Take her. But for what reason?
For what reason? Yeah. I don't know. Ransom.
And this is
money.
She's living in a relatively nice area there. It's in North Tucson. It's the foothills area. Mom didn't live in the hood by any stretch. It really is terrifying to think of an 84-year-old woman who might not be able to fight back in that sense, and having somebody come into your house and take you against your will.
I mean, I know that the elderly get scammed a lot.
All the time.
And you wonder if by accident she opened a link and something happened and she was supposed to give money. I don't know.
We worried about that with my mom.
I know.
Well, partly because my mom was lonely.
Yeah.
Suffering from Alzheimer's.
Oh.
And if somebody rang at the doorbell, oh, dear God, she was there in a second.
Yeah, it's sad.
She wanted to talk to somebody. It didn't matter. And she would open up her door for anybody.
Right.
Which we thought was concerning.
To take an 84-year-old, I mean, it has to be over money. What else can it be over?
As of right now, there hasn't been any request for ransom or anything. They say right now what they're asking people there in this area, Catalina Foothills area, North Tucson, to check like their Ring video cameras or security cameras. Did they see anything? Did they notice something out of the ordinary? Because they don't have a lot to go on right now. They just have a missing woman and a crime scene.
I got to tell you, man, I'm stumped on this one. We've heard, if you wander off, you're 84 years old and you wander off.
We hear about that.
That happens all the time. Taken?
Taken. They said she did not leave on her own.
Oh, my gosh.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then Megan McCain going to be joining us live from Washington, D.C. Hope she's bundled up because we got some hot questions for her. You like what I did there?
Not really, no. I didn't like the hot
I didn't
thing.
think you would.
Lame.
It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Let me send you to Aria Dental Implant Center. I want to send you to the experts who know about dental implants better than anybody in the country. I'm sending you to a local company. They're right here in Phoenix. And your surgeon, Dr. Joe, local, right here in Phoenix. And Aria's helped so many people regain quality of life. You know, I always say, like, we get to the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday. Maybe you are going to head out to a Super Bowl party, and you know that you're not going to eat a single thing there because you have broken teeth. You have missing teeth. No wings for you, right? No chicken, no nothing. You're not going to be able to eat anything. You can't chew anything. And you're going to be the only one there that's not going to partake in the delicious food. So when you go to Aria, you get your life back. You're going to be able to eat anything you want again. You're going to look terrific, by the way. So go see my good friend, Dr. Joe. Ask them why you'll save thousands of dollars compared to other implant centers. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Join KTAR in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from Amco.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
When Trump ran, he promised to go after the worst of the worst, and what we're seeing is not that.
After telling KTAR she is not able to keep ICE operations out of Arizona, Governor Katie Hobbs now reacting to a Department of Homeland Security expansion in the Valley. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles live now in the news center with more on what she had to say.
Last week, KTAR learned DHS had purchased a $70 million warehouse in Surprise to be used as a detention facility for undocumented migrants in ICE custody. Governor Katie Hobbs responding to that earlier today.
I've received a lot of concern from folks who live in Surprise, and, they want to know if there's anything they could do to stop that from happening. I don't know the answer to that. We're looking into that.
However, she added it does not seem likely her office can block the project. In a previous statement, an ICE spokesperson told KTAR the detention facilities will be well structured and meet regular standards, adding DHS is actively trying to expand detention space. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Arizona votes.
Following an FBI seizure of 2020 ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes tells CNN that he's focusing on collaboration to prepare for potential impacts on Arizona elections.
We're working directly with the Attorney General and the governor and county officials, and we're talking specifically with a lot of these folks about what happens if this goes down, if that goes down.
Secretary Fontes earlier told KTAR News the Georgia seizure is yet another weaponization of law enforcement from the Trump administration and that Arizona has nothing to hide. Glendale police have arrested a mother and father on child abuse charges at 67th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. Their two children were found living in horrible living conditions that include an insect infestation and feces-covered walls and floors.
Although they were supplying food to the children had no direct access to a bathroom and never had direct access to a bathroom, so the children were living in their own waste.
Jose Santiago from Glendale Police says the 4- and 6-year-old boys were kept in a cage-like environment. 41-year-old Arthur Jackson and 36-year-old Sarah Jackson have been booked on 2 counts each of child abuse. A fight between a mother and her adult daughter ended with the mother in an ambulance suffering from a life-threatening stab wound. It happened late this morning after an argument broke out between the two at an apartment complex in the area of 68th Street and McDowell Road in Scottsdale. The argument escalated and both were injured, but the daughter refused to seek medical attention. Police are investigating. Las Vegas authorities provided some more details today on a suspected biolab discovered in a home over the weekend. The FBI says investigators discovered biosafety equipment, a centrifuge, and unknown liquids in vials. Authorities added the house is suspected to be tied to a similar case in California, where investigators found highly infectious diseases, including malaria and COVID. During a news conference today, Sheriff Kevin McMahill of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police said investigators also found people living in the house.
There were 3 individuals inside of that home. Each had independently rented a room from the property owner. They were safely removed from the residence, and at this time, they are not involved in this investigation.
Porter Airlines is celebrating the launch of a new nonstop flight from Phoenix to Vancouver, Canada. This seasonal route will operate daily through April 19th this year. And this is Porter's 3rd route to Phoenix, joining year-round service from Toronto Pearson and seasonal flights to and from Ottawa. Let's take a look at your ride home now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix, we have a new crash on the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51 southbound near Thomas Road. A look into our surface street to Avondale with a crash involving a motorcyclist on El Mirage Road and Lower Buckeye Road. And Phoenix with a crash on 5th Street and Priest Drive. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Refractive Lens Exchange, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies in 49, the overnight low temp, sunny and 81 tomorrow and climbing to 84 by Wednesday. But we're going to back off to the 70s starting Thursday and hopefully next week some cooler temperatures and maybe some rain. Right now it's 77 in Apache Junction. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, second hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people tell you second hour, best of the hours.
All right. And it is time right now for Mondays with Megan. Megan McCain joins us, host of Citizen McCain, of course, the daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Hi, Megan.
Hi. It never gets old to be told it's the best hour. I love it every single time.
Can we rub it in? Can we rub something in real quick, Megan?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. You're the #1 show. Congratulations.
Well, that goes without saying.
Well, yeah.
I meant that it's currently 80 degrees in Phoenix at 5:05 p.m.
You jerk.
Don't get me. I'm not exaggerating. I'm having mental health issues over the ice block that I'm living in. No, I've been so happy, and then you can't walk anywhere because it's not snow. It's all ice everywhere.
Dangerous to walk.
Dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and my father-in-law slipped and fell on some ice, and he's fine, but he's bruised, and you can't do anything. So trying to even just literally do anything is dangerous, and apparently it's going to stay in Arizona. I'm not exaggerating. All I've been doing when my child naps has been Dillowing property in Arizona.
There you go.
I can't. I told I was like, I cannot take this.
Can't do this any longer.
I don't blame you.
I hear you. All right, we got some questions for you. There's a lot going on in the world of politics and in D.C. specifically. Yeah. And but let's start with this, Megan. Listen to this.
Let's start with why was the FBI raiding the Fulton County, Georgia voting records? Take a listen.
Officials in Fulton County, Georgia, rattled and furious after the FBI raided their election office, seizing ballots from the 2020 election.
We do not know where our election records have been taken or what will happen to them. I don't know where they are. I don't know who has them. I don't know what they're doing with them.
Fulton County Commissioner Rob Pitts insists any honest review of the files will show only one thing, that the election was fair and that Joe Biden won.
All right, so what's Trump doing? Is he trying to rig the midterms, or is he trying to once again give us a bunch of BS and try and prove that 2020 was stolen? Which one is it?
I actually have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I do. I apologize. I do not know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I apologize. There are a lot of people who think that there was election fraud that happened in not only Georgia, but obviously in Arizona. Because remember, that was Carrie Lake's thing, and I believe she was, don't quote me, I believe she was sued over it and lost. I could be wrong. I know that one of the reasons why Fox News has, a lot of, or had a lot of issues going forward in this election is because they were sued by Dominion Voting and lost handily, and I think paid hundreds of millions of
$700 million. Yeah. For lying.
Something outrageous.
Yeah.
Yes. So I do not know what's going on. I apologize. And sometimes when you analyze the news, it's easy because there's a stream through line of what to analyze. And then other times there's things like this where I'm like, I really don't have that much analysis to give you guys because it just seems a lot of left field.
Well, here's what Trump said today. Take a listen.
The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
Yeah, that sounds real fair.
Well, by the way, only in places that he lost. It's the only place there's any election issues.
I don't know what's going to happen, but this year in the midterm elections, it's going to be a mess.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be. I mean, I can see ice in front of these. They kill anybody over the weekend?
Not to my knowledge.
Good. We're going to see ice in front of some of these places where people are trying to vote and intimidate them. I mean, you can see this coming from a mile away.
Yeah, I think one of the problems, too, is there's so much anxiety with people on the left and center-left, and I would say center-right, about President Trump potentially trying to run for president for a third term or, again, this is banana land we're living in, but trying to have some kind of constitutional amendment where he can run again. And anything dealing with election integrity makes people extremely anxious, and it's extremely unpopular. It is one of the reasons that President Trump ended up losing in 2020, legally, which I believe he lost legally. I believe I'm not an election denier. And I think that there's already such perilous polling going on right now, having to do with ICE, having to do with the economy, and then you're going to add this onto it. It's do we never want to win over a moderate or an independent again? It's cutting your nose off to spite your face. Just focus on the issues people actually care about. I'll never understand this kind of emphasis on on this type of thing other than to stroke President Trump's ego. And again, where does that leave everyone? There was a special election that happened yesterday, and Republicans got their, handed to them in Texas.
Yeah.
Like there's real tea leaves to read right now about things that are going to happen not only in the midterms, but potentially in 2028.
No, it's coming. It feels like it certainly does. We're talking to Meghan McCain, again, host of Citizen McCain, live in ice-covered Washington, D.C. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noem said body cameras will now go on all immigration agents in Minneapolis. Why now? Is this an attempt, like you were just saying, to try to appease the moderates?
Well, look, she's in real trouble right now. And if you watched the press conference a few days ago where President Trump didn't call on her and went around the table and then skipped her, that's really, you don't have to be a political scientist to know what that means.
Yeah.
She went on TV, we discussed this last week, and she patently, wholeheartedly lied about what happened in Minnesota with that, poor man that was shot to death. And I think there are people that, are really calling for her to be let go. I don't think it's going to happen right now, but I do not think she is long for this world in the administration. And I think she's probably doing things to try and switch the narrative and cover herself going forward if, God forbid, they shoot someone again, because now we have a pattern of 4 people being murdered by ICE. I have to tell you, I haven't seen a reaction in my life anecdotally among people who do not follow politics to the ICE murders that I have recently. Like friends of mine who just do not post about politics, do not talk about it, really very upset and very agitated. If you watched the Grammys last night, it was basically the number one thing all the artists were talking about. And culture is downwind from politics, and all of this stuff really has movement. Republicans should care, and you should listen when people are outraged and upset. And I think Kristi Noem is in some way trying to cover herself or do the right thing. I don't have a problem with body cameras on police officers in general, but I think it's like putting a Band-Aid on a stab wound. I don't think it's going to solve anything.
It's interesting you say that because, I think Gatos and I had a conversation that we were seeing people, usually on social media, their first post in 10 years, and they felt this was what they needed to come out and talk about. People that are not political, people that don't fly a flag or have a bumper sticker,
Let me give you an
feeling
example.
the need to come out and say something.
Let me give you an example.
Okay, give me an example.
I've got a friend, very soft-spoken, doesn't get political. She is a mom. She posts pictures of nice things and the kids dancing.
Puppies.
And I'm not kidding you.
Yeah.
And that's it. Until this this ICE stuff where she said, and she said the F word on it.
Oh, no.
Blank Trump, blank ICE. And I looked at it and I said,
the hell got into her?
I mean, my mouth was wide open because I can promise you this is a very normal, quiet, not political person who looks at what's happening and says, this is not America. And I couldn't believe what I saw when she posted.
I mean, there was a 5-year-old boy that was detained.
Yeah.
That's sort of the era that we're in right now. And I think all these images are incredibly upsetting. I am not a protest person at all. I've never gone out and physically protested in my life. I'm not a burn American flag person, but everyone has the right to do it, and you have the right not to be assaulted or, God forbid, murdered if you do it in the same place. And this isn't a one-off accident. There's a pattern now, and I think people are fearful of the precedent it's setting, and also there not really seeming to be a lot of changes or ramifications for these horrific incidents. It's very disturbing. I understand why people are so upset, and I think the Trump administration and so many people in it are so ensconced in their own, I don't want to say propaganda, but I guess it's propaganda, that if you're not seeing the giant outrage, and again, don't listen to me. Watch Harry Enton on CNN. Look at his polling numbers. Look at all the polling everywhere. Look at Gallup. We're tanking in this area on this, and I just don't understand why people are doubling down, and they should nuzzle Stephen Miller. It's starting today. He should stop talking, but it's doubling down one after the other on this really, incendiary verbiage in regards to people being murdered and people being assaulted. It's very dangerous.
Meghan McCain's joining us. When they came out and said, okay, body cameras are going to go on, on everybody. I don't believe that for a second.
Ooh.
I don't even believe maybe they'll be on there. They're going to turn them off. I can't trust anything they do.
Low level of trust.
They said last week they were going to tone things down. I watched things over the weekend and it wasn't toned down. There was a remembrance for the gentleman who died, and a bunch of, I saw one kid get pepper sprayed. That was great to see. That was wonderful. And it was a peaceful thing. And these ICE monsters And that's what they are. They go and they just spray people for no reason. I was watching one video where a woman was, she was following ICE, okay? And we need to make that clear. But again,
not against the law.
You can observe.
Yeah.
And so what happened on this long stretch of road is that ICE, she's in the right lane. ICE goes around her and does like a Dukes of Hazzard kind of hit the brakes on their car and swerve in front of her. And they were going to drag her out of the car. And then there was a police chief.
The police chief showed up.
Minnesota showed up and said, "Yeah, you're not doing this."
How crazy!
And he took her home.
Yeah,
to her home. And so they're not toning anything.
No.
They can say they're toning stuff down, but they lie.
Well, I think it's very easy to be in your bubble and your algorithm on social media and think that it's only, people are supporting you and the only people criticizing you are people on the left or people that already hate Trump. And as you just gave the example of, that's not the case. Again, even in my life, we're talking about normal people. We're talking about normal people that are showing up in data and polling.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. On paper, it's a tricky issue for me because I do think we're a nation of laws and people should come here through proper legal channels.
Absolutely.
But there's a big difference between that and then assaulting protesters and then scaring the living, out of 5-year-olds. And, as I said last week, people who are just Hispanic or people of color who are just petrified because they think they're going to be detained by ICE. This is not what we're talking about. This is obviously an aggressive militarization of these people in these units. And I don't know. It's very disturbing to see. And again, this aggressive militarization of everything, I think, is why people are reacting the way that they are.
Hey, Megan, I want to finish up by asking you, can you imagine this is the third thing we're going to talk about? The Epstein files, another, 3 million?
I'm sorry, Bruce.
Yeah?
Want to know who's not in the Epstein files? John McCain.
John McCain, not in the Epstein. Here.
Didn't show up once. I had people texting me all day. No one in your family. And I was like, I didn't think he was, but you're right. Thank you. It's been cracking me up.
But
not one name in the Epstein files. And I have to say, quite a few people I know.
Yeah.
Screwed up were. I saw not friends of mine, but people I know through work.
I saw the troll. I saw the trolls on Twitter asking if your dad was in there, and I just look at it and I'm like, okay.
I did not think he was, but it's people are like, him and Dick Cheney are not in it. So
no.
Okay.
But I actually want to ask you, and I'm this genuine curiosity. Do people in Washington talk about this? Because I get a feeling like, the fringes are way into this, but it almost seems like it's been just like a fire hose of information and conflicting information. And yes, he did. No, he didn't. That I don't know if people are actually paying attention.
I can't figure out what's real or fake anymore. There were pictures of Mamdani, and his mom with Jeffrey Epstein. I was like, is this AI? Is this real? Why is this heaps of information coming out now? I'm exhausted with it and kind of over it. And it's really sad and pathetic that I'm just of the, mindset now that a vast majority of people working in our government and running our country are, hedonistic, gross monsters. I mean, it just seems to be the case. Bill Gates, whatever.
Yeah, all over it.
But in my social circles, and granted, I always say it's conservative. I hang out with conservatives, not really MAGA people. That's not a diss. It's just, we sort of flock to who we are not obsessed with this at all. They're much more obsessed with what's going on with ICE.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Megan, appreciate your time. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, guys. I hope you stay warm, gentlemen.
Got some SPF 40 on. Don't want to get a burn today.
I get the air conditioner on.
Don't even fly here. It's so stupid. And I don't know. I had this existential moment. And keep in mind, I'm up with a newborn. I was like, how did I end up living here?
Yeah.
I'm from a beautiful place.
I know.
Beautiful weather.
You do not have to live there. Outstanding.
I really think this is it.
Appreciate your time, Megan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, all right, that is Megan McCain. Our Mondays with Megan segment. Hey, real quick, let me give a shout out to everyone listening in Chandler, the Chandlerians, the Chandeliers. Thank you guys for listening. Chandler, this is your shout out. Up next, Puxatawny Phil emerged today. Are we in for a longer winter than expected? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Advanced Window Products. Go and check them out online, advancedwindows.com. I've been talking to you about how I was going to purchase new windows from Advanced Window Products, and I did. And I got to tell you, they're done. They finished up on Friday, absolutely fantastic. The windows look beautiful. I can see out of my bedroom window for the first time in 13, 14 years in that house. It changes the look of everything. And I got to tell you, I can't wait until the summer. I can't wait. We were just joking with Megan about, the weather. Hey, 120 degrees, bring it on. Because these windows are going to make sure that none of the heat comes inside my home. So let me get you a deal from Advanced Window Products, all right? February special. Mention Gatos, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. They can also prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows in your house. So $2,500. Awesome. 480-746-4280. Online, advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:20. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. From now on, you're going to need a real ID or another acceptable form of federal ID to fly, like a passport. The TSA began enforcing the real ID requirement this month. You can use the TSA's new alternate option. It's called Confirm ID, but there's a $45 fee, and it takes some time, which could cause some travelers to miss their flight, and there's no guarantee that you'll be approved. It's best to do the paperwork and pay that fee before you arrive at the airport if you go that route. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic for us, Enrique Garcia is live at the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we have a crash in the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51 southbound near Thomas Road. A look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash on 5th Street and Priest Drive. Phoenix again with a crash on 16th Street and Fillmore Street. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free tavern time included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. So, I guess today was was Groundhog Day.
Still is, isn't it?
Well, yeah, up until late. But the Puxatawny Phil thing, this is in Pennsylvania.
This thing shows up on my phone, on my calendar.
Yeah.
It actually says Groundhog Day all day long.
It's on your calendar.
Yeah.
Look at that. Apparently, I don't have the same holidays that you do. All I ever think about is the movie with Bill Murray. We should be playing I Got You, Babe over and over again. But Puxatawny Phil apparently comes out of his hole. And because it never affects me, when he sees his shadow or as he doesn't see his shadow, which is better?
I have no idea.
I know.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why I figured it out and can remember it.
Please.
If he sees his shadow.
Got it.
If he sees it, there's 6 more weeks of winter.
Ooh.
Now, I always thought that was wrong because
weird.
I would thought if he saw his shadow, that meant the sun was shining.
Yeah, and that there'd be less winter.
And there'd be less winter.
Okay.
But it's not. It's just the opposite.
All right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, is there any truth to the rumor that ICE shot Punxsutawney
Here
Phil?
we go.
Or is that wrong?
I think you started that rumor.
Can I tell you that there are 19 different groundhogs. New York.
You know this?
Wyoming, Georgia, West Virginia, Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio, and a bunch in Pennsylvania and New York, okay? Even in Nevada, Mojave Max is a tortoise. Puxatawny Phil, as a percentage of getting it right, is the 3rd worst in the country. He's got a 35% batting average.
And
he's about as accurate as Kyler Murray, for God's sakes.
They let him keep his job. Imagine.
Yeah. Now, Staten Island Chuck.
What?
Staten Island Chuck, not for nothing, 85% accurate.
Oh, that doesn't, nobody, Chuck
Maybe
doesn't
we should be
exist.
listening to Staten Island Chuck, the groundhog.
Oh, for crying out loud. There's no, you're making that up.
I'm not making it up. How can I come up with Staten Island Chuck that quick?
I don't know.
You want to know some of the other ones?
Sure.
Concord Charlie.
Oh, goodness.
Gertie the Groundhog.
Gertie.
Woodstock Willie. Buckeye Chuck. French Creek Freddy.
It's Buckeye, Arizona Chuck?
There's not. It's Buckeye, Ohio. That's
Is this
Ohio.
two Chucks? So there are 2 Chucks?
They're all over the place.
Okay.
Dunkirk Dave is in New York. Yeah.
So I don't get it. At the end of the day, is it going to be longer winter?
I'm in
or
the
what?
foggy state.
Do you have
Yes,
any idea?
they said there's 6 more weeks of winter.
And it's 80 degrees in Phoenix.
I was going to say, we used to have something around here that supposedly forecast that.
Probably like a rattlesnake comes out of a
or
hole
a
somewhere.
sidewinder or something, but I don't know whatever happened to that. But to know there's 6 more weeks of winter, I'm all for that here.
If this is winter?
Right, and not so hot. It's like, that's what we want to hear.
Here.
Yeah, I don't buy any of that stuff.
I don't. If you're relying on, why didn't we get our weather buddy on to talk about this day?
Right.
If you are relying on
that's what we have.
rodents,
rodent,
to give you the weather, you kind of deserve what you
I'm just glad Punxsutawney Phil isn't dead.
I think they're on like the 20th Punxsutawney. I don't think those groundhogs live very long.
Are they all in the same family, or are they just
Oh, I just think they make it up because
Okay.
they're raking in the money there in
Okay.
Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. As everybody shows up.
Phil lives in luxury, though. Don't kid
Luxury.
yourself.
Great movie.
All right. Checking the
Great
headlines on the way.
movie,
Becky
right?
Lynn, the Hall of Fame. It's a fantastic film.
It's so good.
It is a good movie. The Hall of Famer, Becky Lynn, she is going to get us updated on everything. And the Grammys were last night.
Yes.
There were some highs. There were some lows.
I like to only talk about the lows.
Let's talk about the lows then. We'll start with Cher. She's coming up next, outspoken on KTAR.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game.
Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. On the heels of the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, the Department of Homeland Security says all of its agents deployed to Minneapolis will quickly be outfitted with body cameras. That comes from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who says the program will include all Homeland Security officers nationwide as funding is made available. President Trump says it was Noem's call.
Well, it wasn't my decision. I would have, I leave it to her.
The president says the move is good for law enforcement because, quote, people can't lie about what's happening. If you don't have a real ID, you can still fly, but it's going to cost you a little bit more.
The deadline to get a real ID driver's license was last May, but the TSA began enforcement this month. Without one, you'll need another form of federal ID, such as a passport. Otherwise, you'll have to use the TSA's new alternate option called Confirm ID, good for 10 days. But it'll cost you $45, and it takes time. You could possibly miss your flight. And there's no guarantee access to U.S. air travel. The TSA recommends paying the fee before arriving at the airport. If you're not sure if you have a real ID, in most states, a real ID has a white star and a yellow circle in the upper right-hand corner of your license. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
What are the next steps for the Cardinals in the offseason? With the recent hire of head coach Mike LaFleur, Cardinals reporter Tyler Drake joined the Mike Broomhead Show to discuss what the team's offseason moves should be.
I would say go offense. That we saw basically fully defensive side last draft. Only one offensive player came off the board. It was an offensive lineman who really didn't play that much due to injury. But yeah, I'm going offensive line. You need to really set up the trenches for whoever you're going to drop in there as the next young quarterback.
The first round of the 2026 NFL Draft is on April 23rd, where the Cardinals are currently positioned to pick 3rd overall. Time for check of traffic. Get you home tonight with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with debris on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mill Avenue. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound at Joe Max Road. Looking towards surface streets. Tempe with a crash on 5th Street and Priest Drive. This report is brought to you by Mountainside Fitness. 35 years strong, 25 locations valley-wide. Join Mountainside Fitness with $0 enrollment and 30 days free. MountainsideFitness.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We'll see a high tomorrow around 81, Wednesday 84, but back to the 70s starting on Thursday. And by next week, cooler temps and maybe some rain in our forecast. Right now it's 75 in Chandler. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, Joe Huizinga. Arizona has the highest per capita rate of red light crashes in the U.S., but we're not going to install more red light cameras in the valley. Speed cams, yes. Red light cams, no. Why? That's tomorrow at 3 on air and on the KTAR News YouTube channel on the next Chris and Joe Show.
I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. Thanks for spending some time with us today. We sincerely appreciate that. The Grammys were last night, and every time Grammy season comes around, it does remind me of the olden days when I used to have the opportunity to attend the Grammys and all the parties. The night before, Clive Davis's party would have been Saturday night.
Look at you, you name dropper.
Name dropper. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it changed, and it's not what it used to be. It used to be in a very small place. And I got to tell you, when I moved to L.A. and started getting invited, you had to wear a black tie. Like, they would turn you away at the front door. If you weren't on stage, you had to be in a tuxedo.
Wow.
So I had to go buy a tuxedo, for God's sakes. It's horrific, right?
Gosh.
I look ridiculous in a tuxedo.
No, men do not like to wear tuxedos.
No, but now they hold it at like the Staples Center and people show up with flip-flops and it doesn't matter. You know, okay. I mean, who cares anymore? Yeah. But last night's Grammys had some highs and some lows, Gatos, and unsurprisingly, we're going to focus on the lows.
Well, I don't really care about the highs.
Who cares? I don't even know who won.
Did you see Cher with the senior moment?
Okay, Cher
awesome.
is an elderly woman at this point.
All right, but she looks like she's, 70 years old?
She might have had some work done.
How old is she, 75 or something like that?
In all due respect.
How old is she?
79.
79.
She looks great at 79.
Wow.
Yeah.
If I could turn back time.
I know. So she goes up there, and she's going to introduce, the song of the year.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Senior moment, Cher.
This is a big deal. Song of the year.
I know it's a big deal.
It's like the big finale.
Here she is.
And the Grammy goes to...
She starts looking around, by the way. She turns her back to the audience, starts walking off the stage.
They told me it was going to be on the prompter.
Yeah. The prompter's in front of you, dearie.
So she's got the prompter in front of her, but she's also got the card.
But you could have read.
Just read the card.
Read the card.
Open the card. All right. Now now that you know what's going on.
We're past it. She can
read
figure
the card.
It out from
It's
here.
pretty easy,
she's
right?
Good. She's
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, the Grammy goes to Luther Vandross.
Goes to
All right,
who?
hold on a minute. Just a second. I am not familiar with a talent out there named Luther Vandross.
Luther Vandross.
Luther Vandross.
Okay, so I thought, you know how it's kind of popular in the hip hop world? You come up with you make a play on the word like Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah.
Or different names like that. Han Solo.
Oh.
Yeah. But apparently there is not a Luther Vandross.
Oh, the Grammy goes to Luther Vandross.
That's not a person. Okay.
Oh, no.
So, you see, what had happened was...
What had happened was...
the song of the year is by an artist named Kendrick Lamar.
Well, where's Luther Vandross?
The name of the song is Luther.
There you go.
Okay. So she thought it was written...
She read Luther and just added she went to say Vandross, who was a multiple Grammy Award-winning R&B artist.
And it's sampled in the song, right?
Correct. One of his songs, which is why the song's called Luther.
Let me point something out.
Ready.
He's dead.
Oh, he assumed room temperature decades ago.
Dead.
It's been a while.
21 years.
Yeah. Luther Vandross. Oh, gives me goosebumps.
Please don't talk during Luther.
I'm sorry.
This is good.
Oh, that's a slow jam.
Now, okay, so who won? Because it wasn't Luther Vandross.
It was Kendrick Lamar.
Let's see if she gets this one right.
We'll
Okay,
see.
all right. Wait, why are they cheering after she said it's Luther Vandross?
Because it popped up on the screen what she didn't say.
And the music's playing.
Oh, the Grammy goes to Luther Vandross.
No, it does not.
It does not.
It does not. Luther did not win anything.
Now, here's where she gets it right.
Kendrick Lamar. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's a senior moment.
Yes, it is.
If this world were mine.
Hey, that's the actual song.
That's it. Oh.
With a little Luther at the very beginning, and it's got the sample of Luther Vandross' song.
This is way better than Luther Vandross.
You're a big Kendrick Lamar fan.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm not mad at Kendrick. Don't get me wrong. Luther won like a dozen Grammys, by the way. He's not new to this. The real Luther Vandross.
Well, he
not
won,
Luther Grandos.
I think he deserves some trophy for last night. I mean, if you announce it as Luther Vandross,
they're gonna have to come up with another one for him.
I think that should be the case.
Well, they got to find Luther Vandross.
Yeah,
He
there is
doesn't
that.
exist.
You know, by the way, I guarantee you there's probably already a Twitter account called Luther Vandross.
Probably.
We didn't get to it quick enough.
All right, can we talk about the attire? Because that's the other thing.
There
right?
were some interesting fashion choices.
I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club.
Chapel Roan. Did you see what she was wearing?
I did. I saw it without the. A lot of places kind of covered up what she was wearing.
Well, Becky Lynn, go ahead and
will you
tell the
describe what
audience.
she was wearing?
Yeah,
please?
describe it.
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I did not watch it last night.
Well, hold on. Let's send her a picture of it, for God's
send a
sake, so that
picture,
she can
yes.
explain what
Can
she
you
wore.
Google it in there?
Google Chapel Roan.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. Because I don't know how to describe what she was wearing.
Oh, I'm not going to do
Oh,
it.
it just pops up. Chapel Roan at the Grammys outfit.
Yeah.
How would you describe that dress?
Let me just look right here. Wait a minute.
This is the pride of Tennessee talking.
so
Becky Lynn.
Come on, you're a
Vince
Hall of Famer. Let's do this.
Oh, my good. Okay.
I don't think they wore that to the prom in Tennessee.
So here's the thing. I can't tell exactly
See, they
how
covered
the
it
top
up.
look. They covered it up.
There are uncovered versions, by the way. Can I tell you that her dress is attached at a very sensitive area on a woman's frontal area?
That's what. Yeah.
That's
and
where
then,
the dress is attached to.
And the rest of it is sheer.
Very sheer.
Very sheer. So you know what I find interesting?
Do say.
Cher had the senior moment. There was a time Cher would have been the one.
Cher would have rocked that
That
dress.
would have come out and
Without a
everybody
doubt.
going, "What? We're going to watch because we want to see what Cher's going to be wearing."
Yeah, but now it's like a competition to see who can wear less.
The least, right?
No, it's some dress.
Okay.
Well, you got to have something to keep people talking the next day.
I guess.
Did you see the Did you see the how do I say this the naked dress?
Oh, yeah, Heidi Klum.
This
former supermodel. Klum.
Klum.
She's a supermodel, right?
She's not Klum.
Klum?
Where are you getting Klum?
I don't know. It's KLUM.
That was something. So
that's a nice way to put it.
Becky Lynn, describe her dress.
Okay. Now I saw this one and I can describe it.
Okay, I'm ready.
You can. Okay, good.
Yes,
It's
so
better than us describing it.
It's a nude dress. It's nude latex.
You can't say that on the radio.
You mean the color of it's nude?
The color of it is nude.
Because when I heard nude dress, I thought it was see-through.
No. Okay, so it's made out of latex.
Yeah.
Rubber is a
Literally.
So
she's wearing a rubber dress
and
that looks like skin.
Fastened around her, but here's what
it's
it's molded.
It is decidedly molded.
Everything. Yes, I'm waving my hands, and I shouldn't.
It's like Batman's outfit.
Yes, and that's what it looked like. It
Yes.
looked like almost like a suit of body armor
They said
as
it was
opposed to a dress.
Latex mold replica of her body.
Yeah, it looked incredibly uncomfortable. She could barely walk. I have no idea how she sat down. Did she sit down?
I'm just going to say this.
I can't sit down. I can't sit down in this.
I'm going to try and say this.
I'm ready.
Okay. Her dress goes down to about her knees.
I would say that.
Okay. But I'm scrolling here, right?
Okay, I love it.
If I scroll, let's say, past her knees.
Okay, we're going past her knees.
And you look at her from the back. It looks like she's not wearing anything.
Right, because it's molded.
Nothing.
You see her
Because
buttocks.
it's literally molded to her.
To her.
Becky Lynn, just don't
She
talk
said buttocks.
filthy.
That's
over there.
not a dirty
All right,
word.
it's time to let's take a break. Yeah, if you can't be clean,
I mean,
how are you even a Hall of
There are
Famer?
children listening. We are huge with the kids.
I'm sorry.
First, she talks about Chapel Roan's dress.
Right.
And now the scandalous Heidi Klum, as you like to call
Can they
her.
take her back out of the Hall of Fame? Is that possible?
You know what? I'm going to make a phone call.
Okay, you do
Listen, that's how I got there.
Oh, my Lanta. Well, appreciate it. Anyway, tell you what, we've got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And NAU, Northern Arizona University, the Lumberjacks, shaken by a hazing death. We're going to give you the latest. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Southwest Blinds and Shutters, great friends over there. They're going to make your house pop. They're going to make your house look terrific. Maybe it's the one thing that you really desperately need. And why don't we talk about, who wants to adjust a shade manually anymore? I mean, it's like using a flip phone. Nobody wants to do that. They want the new version of the iPhone. Well, at Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they've got the technology and they have the automation. And they have automated shades. So, how about total convenience? You open and close and adjust your shades right from your phone. It could not be easier. So, maybe you wake up at, 6:30 in the morning and you like to have you're on a schedule. You like to have your coffee at 6:35, right? Well, why don't you schedule your automated shades to go from down to up, let the sun in, right? And you can do that. You can set routines that fit your life. You could wake up to the sunshine. So I want you to do a little research. I've hired Southwest Blinds and Shutters. February is when we're going to get the install. Go to southwestblinds.com. Southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells, and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
KTAR News Flash.
546, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Governor Katie Hobbs now reacting to a Department of Homeland Security purchasing a $70 million warehouse in Surprise to be used as a detention facility for undocumented migrants. She said today her office has already looked into blocking the DHS expansion, but indicated her office really can't do anything about it.
It sounds like there's not, and I will say that, like many Arizonans, I'm concerned watching what's happening in Minneapolis and seeing the escalation.
In a previous statement, an ICE spokesperson told KTAR DHS is actively expanding detention space and the facilities will meet regular standards. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Camelback Road. Phoenix again with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, also on the I-17 southbound, this time at Joe Max Road. And looking towards surface streets, Tempe with a crash on 5th Street and Priest Drive. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes. Join the elder care attorney Stephanie Bevins on Tuesday, February 17th at 2 p.m. to learn the essential documents every senior should have. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, let's get you into the home of your dreams. First call always Lund Mortgage. You call the Lund Mortgage team when you say, okay, it's time for us to buy a house. You know, maybe your family is getting bigger, you need more room, and you're thinking, okay, is now a good time to buy? The answer is yes. Couple of different reasons. Interest rates have gone down. Home prices have gone down. This is where you buy a house. This is if you're going to time the market, which is tough to do, but if you look at everything, you're like, okay, this is the time to do it. Call the One Mortgage team. You know what? Just have a chat with them. Ask them, hey, why is now the right time for me to purchase? 623-875-9940. Let's say you're already in a house. Let's say you got a mortgage a few years ago. As I just said, mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then. How about saving some money, refinance through the Lund Mortgage team? This is what they'll do. All you have to do is send them an email to RateWatch, one word, at lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. 623-875-9940. Tell them Gato sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. On Tech Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News, is the world ready for a social media network that's just for AI bots? And will they use it to plan their global takeover? Join LaDonna, Harvey, and me starting at 5 a.m.
Oh, it's Tech Tuesday, everybody. Tech Tuesday.
You should be so lucky to have a Tech Tuesday.
Tech Tuesday. I'm at the morning show. Tech Tuesday.
Sharp, just remember, we're friends. What's going on at NAU is concerning, and it's concerning for, I think, a specific reason. For a lot of people that have kids in college, is hazing still a big issue at our state's universities? We say that now, that 3 fraternity members were arrested on hazing charges following the death of an 18-year-old pledge over the weekend.
Can you even imagine?
No. How terrifying it would be to send your kid off to college and learn about that. Police have not released a ton of information. They said they found an unresponsive person. By the way, at 8:45 in the morning.
Oh, they went all night.
Right? That's when they found them. And they said alcohol was prevalent. Alcohol use was prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, if you're hazing somebody and there's alcohol involved and you're making that person drink for hour upon hour upon hour, you can get alcohol poisoning and, you don't think you're going to get it. You think, I'm young. Okay, I'll have, this. But if you're drinking for 7 or 10 hours or whatever they're, just to take a guess.
Well, and especially if it's part of a ritual, a hazing ritual, that this is how you get into our fraternity. Right. Delta Tau Delta is specifically the fraternity up there at NAU, but I don't know how prevalent it is. Is it in all of the fraternities is the same, and theirs is just the one that had somebody go too far?
I mean, when I was in college, there was hazing. I didn't join a fraternity because I didn't want to. I didn't want to. There was nothing interesting about joining a fraternity. And I never wanted to do it, never rushed. I just, I went to their parties, and that was fun.
I, on the other hand, was in a fraternity.
Yes, I would.
My dad was president of his house. I didn't go to the house that my dad was a part of.
But I had friends who were in fraternities, and they got hazed. And a lot of times, it was hush-hush. They really wouldn't tell you.
You're not supposed to talk about
a whole lot of stuff. Now, that was 30 years ago. I don't know. Our kids went to college, at the U of A, and our son never went to a fraternity. He didn't want to do that either. So I don't know if these frats continue to do that.
Are they still doing it?
But I mean, I can tell you, I had my roommate at Syracuse was rushing, and we knew it was a fraternity that loved to party. Yeah. And you know what?
That draws people to them, right?
My roommate, I think sophomore year, he liked to do that. But he told me the story of how they hazed him and like 15 other guys, where I think they all got blindfolded and brought somewhere.
Really?
And they took the blindfolds off of the 15 pledges, and they looked in front of them, and there was a keg on a table. And then to the left and the right of the keg were garbage pails.
Oh.
And you look at that and you're like, I think we're going to have to get in line, get a beer, pound it before the line makes its way through. And he said they just went at least dozens of times, and there were people's heads in the garbage, vomiting. And I remember telling him, I go, you could have gotten killed. I mean that much alcohol over and over and over again,
especially in that short a period of time.
Yeah.
And again, we're talking here. The victim up here, the deceased man, was 18.
18. I mean, I can't imagine the phone call that went to the parents.
Oh,
Good God.
No. Nobody should have to be on the way to that.
No.
All right, we've got a check of the headlines. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, the Cardinals have hired a new head coach. Did they get their guy? We actually talked to Dan Bickley over on Arizona Sports. See what he has to say about it. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
$40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
All of Zip's Sports Grill's locations are going to be closed until at least the end of the week, according to a statement on the chain's Instagram page. Zip says recent Homeland Security operations that took place on Monday are still active, and they're cooperating with law enforcement.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
I haven't seen any plan from them because they don't have a plan to pay for it.
Governor Katie Hobbs says Arizona Republicans should pass middle-class tax cuts now and figure out the rest later. KTAR's Ballon Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
As Republican state lawmakers stay focused on fully implementing the Trump administration's federal tax cuts from last year to the state level, Governor Katie Hobbs continuing to say that will cost too much. She's urging lawmakers to settle on middle-class tax relief now, as Arizonans are already filing.
I am willing to discuss other tax conformity issues, but as I've said, those come with a huge price tag, and they have to show us how they're going to pay for that.
She also says the majority of Arizonans can file their taxes now without worry of needing to amend their returns at a later time, though Republican leaders have disagreed and point out current state tax forms assume the state fully conforms to last year's federal cuts. Live in the News Center, Ballon Overstoles, KTAR News.
Horrible living conditions is how Glendale police describe a home where two boys, ages 4 and 6, were found near 67th Avenue and Bethany Home Road.
These children were kept almost in a cage environment. These parents used child safety gates and created a barrier that caged the children up in a bedroom environment.
Jose Santiago from Glendale Police says feces were found on the walls and floor, and guns were also in the children's sleeping area. The parents, 41-year-old Arthur Jackson and 36-year-old Sarah Jackson, were booked on 2 counts each of child abuse.
We believe now, after we process that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime.
The Pima County Sheriff's Office asking for help from anyone who has information as to the whereabouts of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. She's the mother of NBC's Today Show host Savannah Guthrie and was reported missing yesterday from her home in southern Arizona. Sheriff Chris Nano says Guthrie is in need of her medications.
This is a 84-year-old lady who suffers from some physical ailments, has some physical challenges, is in need of medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal.
Deputies were called to her home Saturday night. Nano says there are signs of a crime scene. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is launching a fraud complaint form for Arizonans that have been subject to an increasing number of cryptocurrency ATM scams. As digital currency grows in popularity, Mays says more scammers are using the nearly 600 cryptocurrency ATMs across the state to scam a majority elderly population. In 2024 alone, scammers stole over $177 million. Arizona gained nearly 25,000 jobs in 2025, and this figure is the state's weakest employment growth in more than 15 years. Evan Taylor, associate professor of economics at U of A, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain what could be behind the job stagnation in the state.
The population is not growing as quickly as it has been. Mostly that's due to lower net immigration, and so we need fewer jobs if there's fewer people.
He also points to a decline in government employment as a factor in this reduced job growth. Taylor does point out, however, that the unemployment figure remains low, and industries like healthcare and business services saw the most growth in 2025. Turning to Wall Street today, the Dow jumped 515 points at the close and finished out the day at 49,407. S&P was up 37 and the NASDAQ rose 130. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time to check on the traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Chandler, we have a crash blocking the on-ramp I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Ray Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp I-10 Poplar Freeway westbound near 35th Avenue. And lastly, Glendale with a crash on the exit ramp Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. If you're looking fine on the outside but feel drained in the inside, you may be dealing with high-functioning burnout. Support is here. Visit revivalpsych.com to book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We'll see an overnight low right around 49 degrees. And while mid-60s is our typical temperature high for this time of the year, today we did hit 81 at Sky Harbor. We're expecting that again tomorrow and maybe 84 by Wednesday before we drop back to the 70s starting Thursday. It's 73 currently in Scottsdale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people call the final hour the best hour.
I saw the breaking news yesterday that the Cardinals finally got a new head coach.
They did, absolutely.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So, like,
only took a month. What?
If this doesn't work out,
who
are they going to hire next year?
Oh, that's uncalled for.
He's got a 5-year deal.
That's uncalled for.
What if it goes? What if it goes bad?
Well, they're already paying 2 coaches not to work right now, right?
And a GM.
Yeah. Yeah, what's a third?
Well,
we actually want to know a little bit more about this hire and go to one of our in-house experts, our sister station, Arizona Sports, right next to us, Dan Bickley, co-host of the Bickley and Murata Show.
Yeah, here's what Bick had to say because, they've been talking about this for, as you said, 30 days. When are they going to hire somebody? Take a quick listen.
There is no way the Cardinals can claim with a straight face that they got their guy. They were the 10th team to land a head coach. The Cardinals were once again embarrassed by the fact that they are the least appealing job on the market. And my hope, honestly, fellas, is that this is the last time we go through this kind of a coaching search where the Cardinals are at such a low point that they are considered a franchise to avoid at all costs.
Wow. Is he any good? Do you think he's going to be a good coach? Obviously, he had a great offense in L.A.
Yeah, I actually like this hire. I really do. I'm not sure I was a big fan of the process. The Cardinals suffered a lot of rejection along the way. It took 27 days to get to this point, which was a lifetime for Cardinal fans. And even today, it's amazing to me that a get like this would have a lot of Cardinal fans still giving the team failing grades, although I think there's a reason for that. I think Cardinal fans are agitated to the point where they are not going to go blindly into the night. They're not going to immediately give this move their blessing. They're going to make the team kind of wear this for a little while. Here's what I like about him. Okay, so Mike LaFleur, as we all heard in the update, he's Matt LaFleur's brother, much younger brother, head coach of the Packers, so he comes from a kind of a coaching family. But more to the point, he's had a lot of intense right-hand man kind of experience with 2 adversaries in the division. Sean McVay of the Rams, Kyle Shanahan of the 49ers, both are considered excellent coaches. Michael LaFleur worked as a right-hand man to both of these guys the last 3 years in Los Angeles. So at the very least, you're bringing in a guy that is going to at least help you solve this conundrum of a division you're playing in. The Cardinals play in the NFC West. It is largely considered the toughest division in football, full of some of the best coaches you're going to find in the game. At the very least, they've got a guy who knows how a couple of these primary guys tick, how they work, what their schemes look like, how they prepare, how they game plan against other teams in the division. So if you buy the idea that Ben Johnson helped turn around the Bears and weaken the Lions when he left the Lions, you can say that maybe this will have the same effect on the Cardinals. Other than that, they're rolling the dice on a first-time head coach who you only hope is ready for the moment.
He's Dan Bickley, co-host of the Bickley and Murata Show over on our sister station, Arizona Sports. And I guess that's kind of where I was going with this, that all things being equal, it looks like maybe the Seahawks might be struggling if they lose. We know they're going to lose their OC. The Rams lose their OC. Your hope is it brings them back down to earth a little bit, right?
Maybe a little bit, enough to kind of pull them back from the margins where they exceed. Mike LaFleur was involved in a lot of the game planning with Sean McVay. He had duties that went beyond that of an offensive coordinator. Now, a lot of people point out that you watch the Rams play football, and Sean McVay is the guy who is calling all the offensive plays. So people have wondered, and rightfully so, what is the big deal of Mike LaFleur? I would combat that by saying, for whatever reason, the Sean McVay coaching tree has turned out to be very, very prolific. It has turned out Matt LaFleur, of course, is Mike's brother who works in Green Bay, Kevin O'Connell, who is very highly regarded in Minnesota, Liam Cohen, who is a rising coaching star in Jacksonville. So all these guys came out of the same situation where you're just inside this organization in the Sean McVay orbit, and it seems to work for people. So, that's what the Cardinals are betting on. And for a team, again, that is in last place by a mile, that just set a record for the most games a last place team has finished behind the next to last place team. Right. I mean, that doesn't have a quarterback, that has an owner who does not have a good reputation when it comes to spending money exorbitantly on coaches. There's a lot of hurdles to get over with this job. And at this point in time, in my way of thinking, this is not a bad save for the team. At least you've got a guy with maybe some high-end potential.
Dan Bickley's joining us. The Cardinals have a new head coach, Mike LaFleur. He was the Rams offensive coordinator. So, we've talked about Kyler Murray. I don't know if he was injured. I don't know how injured he was. They certainly put him on the bench for the rest of the year. It kind of told me they don't want him. Is there a chance he comes back now?
It's the million-dollar question. I refuse to believe that this is actually a real thing, and I think your skepticism is very, very well-founded. He was injured on a play that none of us saw happen. We saw him take a snap and a football off the face mask, and he went into a tent. We never saw him again.
No.
And there were rumors that the team tried shopping him around the trade deadline. Suddenly the trade deadline came and went, and he went on injured reserve and never couldn't play again, even though he had been practicing in preparation to play. So there's something clearly going on behind the scenes, whether or not Kyler Murray feels betrayed, or whether he's vowed he's never going to play for the organization again, or whether both sides have said, okay, listen, it's time for both of us to part our ways. Let's do this. You go sit in the corner. We'll both keep our mouths quiet. We won't say bad things about one another, and we'll find a way to make this split happen. I would suppose that anything's possible. If Mike LaFleur came in here and during negotiations, if he said, look, I want a conversation with Kyler, I want to talk to him first, I want to see if this will work. I suppose it's possible, but I firmly believe that everything about this divorce is final except for the papers.
What did they go, 3-41 last year? What was
Here
it?
We go.
What was it again?
3-14 last year.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I got the numbers inverted.
3-41.
I was told this, and I don't know if this is true. I'll ask you, Big.
Oh, boy.
I was told the Cardinals raised their season ticket prices. Is that true?
Come on now.
That is true, and it's part of the reason why fans are really, really angry. They find it appalling that a team could raise ticket prices after putting this level quality of product on the field. But it's even more than that. They're mad about the new casitas that are in the end zone,
right.
That sort of replaced where all the diehards went to hang out, and it's just kind of this feeling that there's no we in the community of Cardinal fans anymore. It's just it's an owner looking to max out and market and sell to as many rich people as he can find. Whether that's true or not, Michael Bidwell vowed at the firing of Jonathan Gannon that he wants to win, and he said it in unequivocal terms. And so now we're going to find out if he's going to put his money where his mouth is.
Well, I would say wanting to and knowing how to might be two different things, by the way. I want to be an astronaut.
There is that. There is that.
I'm just saying.
There is that, and that's part of the issue with the Cardinals. They're one of a few teams that do not have a team president that is sort of the bridge between the general manager and football operations and the owner. And it's one of many corners that have been cut over the years with this team.
All right, Dan Bickley, co-host Bickley and Murata, Arizona Sports. The Cardinals hiring former L.A. Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur.
Are you ready to renew your season tickets, Gatos?
No.
Okay, just checking.
I would like to think that this is a good hire. Bick says it's a good hire.
Okay.
And listen, I've watched the Rams. Their offense was awesome.
They have a little bit different personnel also.
They do. They got a lot of good players.
Yeah, a lot of good players.
But I hope that this works out. But I can't believe when I heard that the Cardinals raised their ticket prices.
That is.
How do you sell them
What
to
do we call
anyone?
that? Cojones. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough sell.
How do you do that?
Yeah, that's what they do. Hey, coming up next.
How do you do that?
Becky Lynn. She's got the check of the headlines. She's on top of all that.
Well, she's going to buy tickets. Her salary went up since she became a Hall of Famer.
Well, there is
she's
that.
got
buying them
plenty
for
of things.
everybody.
I thought they just gave them to people when you're a Hall of Famer. For goodness sakes, you get like one of those courtside, fieldside seats. You know, they show you on the jumbotron. You know, Hall of Famer Becky Lynn.
I can't believe they raised their prices.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the story going on down in Tucson, where Savannah Guthrie, the host of NBC's Today Show's mother, has now been missing for over 24 hours.
This is, when you get to some of the details,
it's a little scary.
It's a lot scary.
We'll talk about it. Give you the latest coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:16, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. There's some new details in an alleged illegal biolab discovered in a Las Vegas home over the weekend. Here's more from ABC's Alex Stone.
Investigators in Las Vegas say the owner of the property is a Chinese national who was arrested in California in 2023 for allegedly operating a similar illegal biolab in which samples of infectious diseases were stored. He's in jail in the 2023 case, but he also owns a property in Las Vegas where the property manager was arrested over the weekend. Las Vegas Sheriff Kevin McMahill.
Various vials and storage containers with liquids of different colors and compositions.
Sources tell ABC News some vials were labeled in Mandarin. Work is underway now to understand what was in those vials. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on your ride home now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash blocking the on-ramp, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound near Ray Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 35th Avenue. And Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Camelback Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision's RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, so First off, let me give a quick shout out to Goodyear. Goodyear, this is your shout out of the Goodyearians. Thank you guys so much for listening. Goodyear, here's your shout out. So we learned early this morning, maybe you started picking up on it a little bit yesterday, that the 84-year-old mother of Today host Savannah Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie is her name, had gone missing. Down in Tucson. She lived in the north central Tucson area. Catalina foothills, for those of you who know the area. The sheriff has come out and said they don't believe she left her home willingly, and they are calling her home a crime scene.
This is so bizarre, and it is a national story now, too. I mean, because
of
Savannah,
her mom, right?
And Savannah Guthrie used to live in
daughter.
Arizona.
She's a Tucson girl, yeah.
Okay. Who takes an 84-year-old woman?
That's scary.
Like that's the no. When have you ever heard a story like this?
Mm-hmm.
We've done stories about kids being taken, or women being taken and trafficked. I mean, I'm going really dark here. I know.
Yeah, no,
but,
I know.
But this is an 84-year-old woman. Who takes an 84-year-old woman?
Now they say she does not have dementia or Alzheimer's. She's referred to as sharp as a tack, although she's 84 years old. She's 5'5", 150 pounds. They did say she has some mobility issues.
Well, yeah,
so she didn't wander away. In other words, do you know? We've heard those stories
so
too.
She hasn't wandered away.
No,
she doesn't. She has her faculties.
She's sharp as a tack, and she's missing her medicine.
Yeah, take a listen to this clip.
Investigators in Pima County say it is clear to them a crime occurred. Nancy Guthrie is unable to walk away on her own, and there is evidence on scene that she did not leave her home on her own accord. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos.
This is not a dementia related. She is as sharp as a tack.
He says she takes a medication that if she does not have within 24 hours could be fatal. The FBI is now helping look for Nancy Guthrie.
All right, couple things. Mm-hmm. Did somebody target her? Is there someone out there that doesn't like Savannah Guthrie and decided to target her mother? I don't know. Again, I'm going dark.
No, I hear you.
If you kidnap someone, most of the time you want something, right? And is it money?
There's a demand of some sort, right?
No,
and they have
demand.
not said nothing, no demands, no nothing.
So, like, she didn't show up at church
on Sunday, correct? Saturday night, she got dropped off at home by family. 9:30 p.m. and she didn't go to church Sunday morning / early afternoon, and that's when they noticed her missing.
It is bizarre and it's scary.
It leads me to believe they don't have a lot to go on when Pima County Sheriff's Department is asking people in the area to go back and check like their home security videos, see if they noticed anything, descriptions of cars driving by, etc.
If the authorities think that she was taken, like, what did they see in her house that made them believe that?
Like signs of a struggle?
Okay.
Possibly?
Yeah.
Like her purse being left behind, maybe, things like that. The front door left open, like the sign that somebody was taken out of here. They didn't close it up and went home.
Okay, let me, because I know we have more questions than answers.
We do.
Like,
fair.
How do we know she didn't just wander off? Like, how do we know that that's...
Because they said that she couldn't walk probably more than...
She has mobility issues.
Yeah, she has 50 yards would maybe be as far as she could go on her own.
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So,
all right.
Yeah, and that she has some assistance to have to walk, but even that she can't walk very long distance. So she did not walk off into the desert, for example. That nobody believes that. And again, they pretty quickly called the home a crime scene. So there must be something there. I don't want to be graphic. Please don't come out. Is there blood? Did they see traces of blood? Again, broken furniture. Was there sign of forced entry? Was the front door kicked in or something along these lines that would lead them to believe she did not leave of her own volition?
All I have is bad thoughts in my head.
Well, it's not a good thing. Yeah,
like someone went in and tried to rob her, and in the process, who knows? You
have no idea what somebody was thinking.
Something bad happened, and then they just took her with them. It is. I mean, it's a crazy, crazy story.
Yeah. So, again, right now, they don't have a ton to go on. You know, I mean, the bad guys in this sense obviously had some sort of a head start.
Yeah. But does it have something to do with her daughter being famous?
Could be. You would hope not. You would hope somebody didn't target her 84-year-old mom.
No.
But Savannah Guthrie, I mean, this is the Today Show. Don't they do like a lot of cooking, and they talk about where you go on vacation and fashion? I mean, she's not exactly, it's not a political show.
Sure it is. It's partly. I mean, they do.
Really?
They do big interviews.
They do. They have news on the show as well. Yeah, but they also,
Right.
it's a fun and
But
lifestyle
Savannah
show
Guthrie's
as well.
not like some flame-throwing liberal
No.
or something.
No. But it's the Today Show. I mean, I haven't watched it in a while.
I haven't either.
But when that pig Lauer was on it, he did all these sit-down, tough interviews with people. So I would assume that they continued that after he left. I mean, yeah, they're gonna. I'm sure they've been talking about all the stuff going on in America, and then of course they do the cooking.
But you think there would be some kind of note that had been left behind, or a ransom note, or a threat, or something.
I worry that she got robbed. Something happened in the process, and they're like, okay.
Why did they take her?
Gosh,
that's what makes no sense.
And was she alive when they took her? I don't know.
That's another question.
Yeah,
it's awful.
It is.
It is awful.
Really difficult, and needless to say, all we can do is hope for the best at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you're total garbage if you're taking an 84-year-old woman against her will.
And targeting her to begin with.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. All right. We'll continue to update that. Obviously, we're paying attention to it. Becky Lynn's got the rest of the headlines for you. And up next, is Trump trying to rig the midterm elections? We're going to ask Meghan McCain. Mondays with Meghan, the remix, coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
The Attorney General makes statements. I want you to hear what she had to say.
We have, in other states, ununiformed masked people.
Ununiformed masked people. What a ridiculous thing to say. They are in a uniform, a standard uniform worn by law enforcement across this country.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, Sweet James accident attorneys. Listen, having the right attorney means the difference between a check that says $2,000 on it and a check that says $2 million. I know that you've seen these Sweet James billboards. They're all over Arizona. There's a reason for that. This is a world-class law firm. Over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion with a B recovered for accident victims. If you are hurt in an accident, car, truck, motorcycle, and you've got the insurance companies that say, yeah, we'll give you $8, you'll be fine. No. What happens with Sweet James is they win 98% of the time. They have a 98% winning record, and they will take the insurance companies who, of course, have promised to protect you, and they often just pay you as little as possible. You need a closer on your side. You need the accident attorneys over at Sweet James. So if you're injured, you're going to want Sweet James accident attorneys. Let me give you the number. 1-800-9-MILLION. Put it in your phone. You never know when you're going to need them. 1-800-9-MILLION. 1-800-9-MILLION. SweetJames.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
When nearly 800 Google reviews tell the same story, it means something. At Dolphin Pools, our reviews all say the same thing. They love their Dolphin Pool. See hundreds of 5-star reviews from Arizona homeowners. We build beautiful pools with care, quality, and value you can trust. Right now, Dolphin Pools is holding 2025 prices. So buy now, save, and swim by summer. Plus, get a free travertine upgrade. Real reviews, real quality, real backyard transformations. Visit dolphinpools.us.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. Learn more at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6:30. I'm Becky Lynn. Authorities say Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie, may have been kidnapped while she slept, and that if she doesn't get her regular medication soon, she could die. ABC's Trevor Alt reports from Los Angeles.
Guthrie lives alone at the house. She was last seen by Savannah's siblings Saturday night at 9:45. Friends alerted the family she missed church the next morning. The children checked the house and called 911, saying with Nancy's physical ailments, she couldn't have walked more than 50 yards. The sheriff launching a massive search with help from the FBI, using dogs, drones, helicopters, and heat-seeking sensors, but that search was pulled back.
A tip line's been set up for any information, and that number is 520-351-4900.
I haven't seen any plan from them because they don't have a plan to pay for it.
Governor Katie Hobbs again saying tax cuts being pushed by state Republican lawmakers will cost too much. Those cuts aiming to fully match federal tax reductions from last year. She's urging lawmakers to settle on middle-class tax relief now, as Arizonans are already filing. Although she also says most won't have to worry about amending the returns. Although Republican leaders have disagreed and point out current state tax forms assume the state fully conforms to last year's federal cuts. If you don't have Real ID, you can still fly, but it may cost you a little more.
The deadline to get a Real ID driver's license was last May, but the TSA began enforcement this month. Without one, you'll need another form of federal ID, such as a passport. Otherwise, you'll have to use the TSA's new alternate option called Confirm ID, good for 10 days. But it'll cost you $45, and it takes time. You could possibly miss your flight. And there's no guarantee access to U.S. air travel. The TSA recommends paying the fee before arriving at the airport. If you're not sure if you have a Real ID, in most states, a Real ID has a white star and a yellow circle in the upper right-hand corner of your license. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
In sports, it's a night off for the Phoenix Suns after a loss to the LA Clippers yesterday. They'll be back on the court tomorrow night when they travel to Portland to take on the Trailblazers. The Grand Canyon University men will be back on the court tomorrow night hosting Air Force. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash blocking the on-ramp, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound near Ray Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 35th Avenue. And a look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 36th Street and McDowell Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
81 tomorrow, 84 on Wednesday, our expected high temps, and then dropping back into the 70s again starting Thursday. Maybe even some rain by next week. But right now it's 73 in Avondale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Independent candidate for Governor Hugh Lytle joins the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about his campaign. It happens tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
You know, every Monday at 5 o'clock, we check in live with Meghan McCain, the host of Citizen McCain, obviously the daughter of Senator John McCain, live in D.C. Get her take on some of the politics that's going on out there. We want to, in case you missed it at 5, we call this a remix.
Oh, sing it. I like when you sing it.
Remix.
That's awesome.
There you go.
So we started out with the FBI, Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia. Yeah.
And ballots and votes and a little bit worried about this. Take a listen.
Officials in Fulton County, Georgia, rattled and furious after the FBI raided their election office, seizing ballots from the 2020 election.
We do not know where our election records have been taken or what will happen to them. I don't know where they are. I don't know who has them. I don't know what they're doing with them.
Fulton County Commissioner Rob Pitts insists any honest review of the files will show only one thing, that the election was fair and that Joe Biden won.
All right, so what's Trump doing? Is he trying to rig the midterms, or is he trying to once again give us a bunch of BS and try and prove that 2020 was stolen? Which one is it?
I actually have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I do. I apologize. I do not know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That I apologize. There are a lot of people who think that there was election fraud that happened in not only Georgia, but obviously in Arizona. I remember that was like Carrie Lake's thing, and I believe she was, don't quote me, I believe she was sued over it and lost. I could be wrong. I know that one of the reasons why Fox News has, a lot of, or had a lot of issues going forward in this election is because they were sued by Dominion Voting and lost handily, and I think paid like hundreds of millions of dollars.
$700 million? Yeah, for lying.
Something outrageous.
Yeah.
Yes. So I do not know what's going on. I apologize. And sometimes when you analyze the news, it's easy because there's a stream through line of what to analyze. And other times there's things like this where I'm like, I really don't have that much analysis to give you guys because it just seems a little out of left field.
Well, here's what Trump said today. Take a listen.
The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
Yeah, that sounds real fair.
Well, by the way, only in places that he lost. It's the only place there's any election issues.
I don't know what's going to happen, but this year in the midterm elections, it's going to be a mess.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be. I mean, I can see ice in front of these. They kill anybody over the weekend?
Not to my knowledge.
Good. We're going to see ice in front of some of these places where people are trying to vote and intimidate them. I mean, you can see this coming from a mile away.
Yeah, I think one of the problems, too, is there's so much anxiety with people on the left and center-left, and I would say center-right, about President Trump potentially trying to run for president for a third term or, again, this is like banana land we're living in, but like trying to have some kind of constitutional amendment where he can run again. And anything dealing with election integrity makes people extremely anxious, and it's extremely unpopular. It is one of the reasons that President Trump ended up losing in 2020, just like legally, which I believe he lost legally. I don't believe, I'm not an election denier. And I think that there's already such perilous polling going on right now, having to do with ICE, having to do with the economy, and then you're going to add this onto it. It's like, do we never want to win over a moderate or an independent again? It's like, cutting your nose off to spite your face. Just focus on the issues people actually care about. I'll never understand this kind of emphasis on on this type of thing other than to stroke President Trump's ego. And again, where does that leave everyone? There was a special election that happened yesterday, and Republicans got their, handed to them in Texas.
Yeah.
Like there's real tea leaves to read right now about things that are going to happen not only in the midterms, but potentially in 2028.
No, it's coming. It feels like it certainly does. We're talking to Meghan McCain, again, host of Citizen McCain, live in ice-covered Washington, D.C. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noem said body cameras will now go on all immigration agents in Minneapolis. Why now? Is this an attempt, like you were just saying, to try to appease the moderates?
Well, look, she's in real trouble right now. And if you watched the press conference a few days ago where President Trump didn't call on her and went around the table and then skipped her, that's really, you don't have to be a political scientist to know what that means. Yeah. She went on TV, we discussed this last week, and she patently, wholeheartedly lied about what happened in Minnesota with that, poor man that was shot to death. And I think there are people that, are really calling for her to be let go. I don't think it's going to happen right now, but I do not think she is long for this world in the administration. And I think she's probably doing things to try and switch the narrative and cover herself going forward if, God forbid, they shoot someone again, because now we have a pattern of 4 people being murdered by ICE. I have to tell you, I haven't seen a reaction in my life anecdotally among people who do not follow politics to the ICE murders that I have recently. Like friends of mine who just do not post about politics, do not talk about it, really very upset and very agitated. If you watched the Grammys last night, it was basically the number one thing all the artists were talking about. And culture is downwind from politics, and all of this stuff really has movement. Republicans should care, and you should listen when people are outraged and upset. And I think Kristi Noem is in some way trying to cover herself or do the right thing. I don't have a problem with body cameras on police officers in general, but I think it's like putting a Band-Aid on a stab wound. I don't think it's going to solve anything.
It's interesting you say that because, I think Gatos and I had a conversation that we were seeing people, usually on social media, their first post in 10 years, and they felt this was what they needed to come out and talk about. People that are not political, people that don't fly a flag or have a bumper sticker,
Let me give you an
feeling
example.
The need to come out and say something.
Let me give you an example.
Okay, give me an example.
I've got a friend, very soft-spoken, doesn't get political. She is a mom. She posts pictures of nice things and the kids dancing.
Puppies.
And I'm not kidding you.
Yeah.
And that's it. Until this ICE stuff where she said, and she said the F word on it.
Oh, no.
Blank Trump, blank ICE. And I looked at it and I said,
the hell got into her?
I mean, my mouth was wide open because I can promise you this is a very normal, quiet, not political person who looks at what's happening and says, this is not America. And I couldn't believe what I saw when she posted.
I mean, there was a 5-year-old boy that was detained.
Yeah.
That's sort of the era that we're in right now. And I think all these images are incredibly upsetting. I am not a protest person at all. I've never gone out and physically protested in my life. I'm not a burn American flag person, but everyone has the right to do it, and you have the right not to be assaulted or, God forbid, murdered if you do it in the same place. And this isn't a one-off accident. There's a pattern now, and I think people are fearful of the precedent it's setting, and also there not really seeming to be a lot of changes or ramifications for these horrific incidents. It's very disturbing. I understand why people are so upset, and I think the Trump administration and so many people in it are so ensconced in their own, I don't want to say propaganda, but I guess there's propaganda that if you're not seeing the giant outrage, and again, don't listen to me. Watch Harry Enten on CNN. Look at his polling numbers. Look at all the polling everywhere. Look at Gallup. We're tanking in this area on this, and I just don't understand why people are doubling down, and they should nuzzle Stephen Miller. It's starting today. He should stop talking, but it's doubling down one after the other on this really incendiary verbiage in regards to people being murdered and people being assaulted. It's very dangerous.
All right, that's Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan. Yeah, when the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem comes out today and says, hey, body cameras on all agents in Minneapolis. I've never heard her tell the truth yet.
Well, yeah,
tell the truth yet.
She is a pathological liar and a dog killer.
She's a liar.
Yeah.
She lies about everything.
Literally
Literally
lies about the things that you can watch the video of.
And so why would I think...
Why would you believe her now?
That they're going to have body cameras that even work.
Yeah.
or are turned on. You cannot trust anything from them now. That's
interesting.
It's bad.
Well, proof is in the pudding. I think a lot of people are that way. We'll believe it when we see it. A change in policing, a change in attitude, a change in how they treat the public and American citizens.
There wasn't a change over the weekend, just somebody didn't die. They pepper sprayed a bunch of people, they threw a bunch of people around, but they didn't kill anyone. That was the only difference.
We'll take that as a win. Sadly.
Still not good enough.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Check of the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn will get us up to speed on that. And up next, today is Groundhog Day. What did Puxatawny Phil see? And what does it mean? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, low T, start for free. You mentioned Gatos, you go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, and guess what? They waive your startup fee. So why would you go to Red Mountain? Tell me a little bit. Yes, low T, low testosterone. Okay, some guys don't want to talk about it. It really isn't a big deal. Go get tested for low testosterone, and let's say you got some low T going on. You're not alone. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. So you will get real testosterone available only by prescription from the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. And you're going to gain muscle, lose fat, get rid of the dad bod. There's so many different reasons you can go, certainly, to Red Mountain Weight Loss. The testosterone, you more energy, right? Help you sleep better, improve mental focus, boost your sex drive. It'll also help you lose some weight, kind of like the fountain of youth. All you have to do is go to redmountainweightloss.com, tell them Gato sent you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio, as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
646, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Glendale police arrest a mother and father on child abuse charges at 67th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. Their two children were found living in horrible living conditions that include an insect infestation and feces-covered walls and floors.
Although they were supplying food to the children had no direct access to a bathroom and never had direct access to a bathroom, so the children were living in their own waste.
Jose Santiago from Glendale Police says the 4- and 6-year-old boys were kept in a cage-like environment. 41-year-old Arthur Jackson and 36-year-old Sarah Jackson have been booked on 2 counts each of child abuse. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at traffic now and get you home tonight with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash blocking the on-ramp I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Ray Road. In Phoenix, we still have that disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 35th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync. because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, make sure you listen to Broomhead at 8:50. I'll be on with him tomorrow. We do the Big Q.
All right.
All right. In a second, we'll get to the Groundhog's Day.
Yeah.
Because I want to wish everybody happy Groundhog's Day.
We'll do that.
And by the way, it is on my phone as
like a national holiday.
Why doesn't
Groundhog Day?
Trump should sign something
to get the day off.
That says we get the day off, right?
I'm not mad at that.
And this was the famous part of the movie, right? All right, the Q does not have anything to do with Groundhog's Day.
You gotta look ahead.
But Cardinals fans, do you like the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as the team's new head coach?
Means Mike Flower, by the way.
Yes, no, or we'll see.
I think people are in the will see. I don't think you can't hate the guy. You don't know him.
No.
So let's go with will see 62.
67% will see.
Finger on the pulse.
I had a fourth one that I decided to take out.
Oh, boy.
When this doesn't go well next year, who do we hire next?
Here we go.
All right.
Here we go. All right. Now
play it.
It's time for Groundhog's Day.
There you go.
Today is Groundhog's Day.
Yes,
Did you know the Groundhog Day? Groundhog's Day, is it plural?
Let me check my calendar.
I think it's Groundhog Day.
Who sings this?
Sonny and Cher, for God's sakes.
We talked about Cher's senior moment.
We did. It all ties in together. I'm bringing you full circle here today.
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog, singular.
Yes.
Even though, did you know, there are more than one groundhog out there that people look to the shadow to determine whether or not, I'm still not 100% sure what happens. Something to do with winter.
Okay.
I live in Arizona. We don't have winter. What do I care?
Yeah, well, you don't care.
Right?
Yeah.
We don't have winter. Winter.
What is Punxsutawney? Is that a place in Pennsylvania?
It's in Pennsylvania.
And they named a rat after it.
Yes, a furry rat.
Punxsutawney is a borough in southern Jefferson County, Pennsylvania, in the United States.
Yeah, so I'm sure it's lovely.
As of a 2020 census, its population was 5,769.
It's the only reason they're on the map is because they convinced the rest of the world that they've got a magical groundhog that can tell the weather.
Right.
Can predict the seasons. Here's something interesting. Shout out to the First Lady of Outspoken.
Oh, good. Miss Julia.
Miss Julia. She found a list of all of the groundhog accuracy ratings over the last 20 years.
Do we have like a Chandler Phil? Or
There is somebody in Arizona,
a Maricopa Phil,
Agua Fria Freddy. Somebody told me.
Oh, for Pete's
Yes, Agua Fria Freddy. That's it. I remember that. Was he a lizard?
I don't know.
I think it was a lizard.
Well, he didn't make the groundhog list because he's not a groundhog.
I'll Google it.
But there are 19 different groundhogs around the country that all come out apparently on this day, and they ranked. By the way, they ranked their accuracy.
Okay.
Punxsutawney Phil has been correct about the weather 39% of the time.
It's not very good.
35. You know. But if you go to Staten Island Chuck, he nails it 85% of the time. Lander Lil, a prairie dog in Wyoming, 80%. General Beauregard Lee, a groundhog in Georgia, 75%. Concord Charlie in West Virginia, 70%. Gertie the groundhog in Illinois, 65%. In other words, every other rodent out there is more accurate than Puxatawny Phil.
I've never heard of Agua Fria Freddy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
no.
a thing.
No.
Have you heard of Woodstock Willie?
No, I have not.
How about French Creek Freddy?
No, I have not. I have not heard of any of that.
Holtzville Hal? Woody the Woodchuck? Yeah.
So, Becky Lynn, what are we having in for a longer winter or a
what does it
shorter
mean when Puxatawny Phil sees or doesn't see his alleged shadow?
I finally figured this out, and it's exactly opposite of what you would think. If he sees his shadow, there will be 6 more weeks of winter.
He sees it.
You would think, this is how you'll remember it, you would think if he saw his shadow, that meant there was some sunshine. And so spring must be springing.
Okay. Question.
Not true.
Ready.
How do you decipher if he saw his shadow? Who's watching that?
See, I think there's the problem. I think his handlers are the ones that are missing it.
Where's the witness?
Well, today he did see his shadow at Gobbler's Knob, which is where he lives.
Where?
Gobbler's Knob. Yeah.
But with his 35% accuracy rate, I think it means winter's over.
Maybe they got it messed up somewhere along the way.
Somewhere. Yeah,
but
their wires got
crossed.
It's
completely different than what you'd think.
I think Gobbler's Knob is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Well, there should be a turkey involved.
You would think. Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Also appreciate everyone on the other side of the double pane bulletful glass that puts the show together.
I feel like I've heard him do this before.
Including our DJ.
Very odd.
That's just in time with a little Groundhog Day music for you. Also, the First Lady of Outspoken, that's Miss Jules, producing the show. The Hall of Famer, Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all your news and information. And, hey, don't forget, Enrique, don't call me Iglesias. Got all that traffic getting you home. Thanks, guys.
Curtis, you're lucky to have me.
Gavis, you're lucky I put up with
you. Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking